too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy, I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this life, I'm gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. 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 If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Yeah, Griffey. You can bribe me at any time if you want to. Good morning, everybody. We are early as well. Pants fell back asleep while I was in the middle of writing stories, so we'll have videos up sometime later today. Instead, we're going to start with a little of our friends encountering police to fill the 10 minutes or so that we need to before the Karen Reed story or show or whatever starts. So, because Griffey requested it, let's see what this person has to offer for us.
More than he bargained for.
She walked over her coming from that way and just cocks me upside the head with a cup, like literally cocks me, and that was all, and she took off. I don't know where she went or whatever, but I don't feel safe around her.
Give me a second. So what'd you see?
I picked up this young lady right here, one night, you all talking to her, and all of a sudden the other young lady, I don't know if it's her partner or roommate or whatever, she came running up, give me a ride, and then she started berating this girl.
The blonde girl's berating the other girl?
No, the dark-haired girl. This lady was a complete angel.
You witnessed her, did her?
Oh, yeah.
Where were they when she got hit?
She was sitting right there. Dark-haired girl was making such a scene. And I said, okay, I'll take you back. You can go to the pool and get your stuff. And I was dropping her off. She walked down that walkway trying to get the pool. And she says, I don't know where the I'm going. And the girl just threw the cup, hit her in the face. The cup top went over there, and some of the drink hit my leg.
Okay, thanks. All right. So what do you want to do about it? What'd you say?
I want her off my property, and I want to arrest her just because that's very disrespectful, and I don't put up with that.
Out of nowhere, the dark-haired suspect returns to the scene and hops in the back of the golf cart.
What's her name? Josie? Hey, Josie. I'm Officer Kai from the Beach Police Department. You got your ID on you by chance?
I'm a little intoxicated, so.
You don't know where it's at?
It's at back home. My friend trying to set me up.
She's trying to set you up?
Yes, nothing.
Wait, how'd she get there if she didn't have an ID? How'd she get served if she didn't have an ID? I know. Jim doesn't go to bars. Jim doesn't know how it works. Well, I believe at these resorts you still need an ID.
It's all about.
How'd you spell your first name? Your first name's
Yeah.
last name?
My first name's Josie, J-O-S-I-E.
What's a good address for you?
I don't know.
You don't know where you live.
I do, but I'm slow to talk to people.
Well, let's step over here so he can get back to work. But you're gonna have to get off the cart.
I can't carry all this thing talk to you.
Well, you can put it on the ground. There we go. You're good to go. Alright, so I'm fixing to read you what's called your Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. Look at me. Listen to me. Do you understand what I just read to you? Are you sure you understand all of it?
I'm an attorney.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and turn around for me.
Why? Because I'm an
Turn around.
attorney. No. I'm not. No, that's not. Don't fucking touch me.
This is gonna be a lot worse for you.
I don't give a shit. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me.
Alright, cool. Now we're done.
No.
Okay, fast forwarding through the taking to the ground so you don't get limited.
Take a seat.
You're a goddamn fucking bastard.
1015, wipe the MO for bat, LEO, and sit the bat.
That's what it's gonna be. Bonnie, you're a fucking bitch. I'm your fucking best friend. What the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't do nothing wrong at all. You guys are fucking mean and bastards and whatever.
Yeah, you're
Look
all
at me in the
mean.
eyes. You're dead.
Go ahead and add threats to law enforcement.
Stupid.
Let's slow ride it over to my car.
No, I have more shit from her and I want my shit from her.
Yep, go ahead, back up.
Bonnie, you're dead. Fucking bitch. Goddamn dead, you stupid ugly cunt. Oh, Mr. Cup, please get my glasses. Get my fucking glasses.
You need to sit down.
No, fuck you.
Sit down.
Don't fucking touch me. Put your, I swear to God,
Keep going. Yeah.
you're gonna get it.
Cool.
Mary Nation's gonna fucking murder you.
You got a backup coming?
No, I don't need it. Cool. This is gonna be a lot more fun now.
Damn bitch. You're a little bitch. I've never been arrested. I've never been in trouble in my whole goddamn life. You set me
never
the
been in
fuck
trouble
out.
in my life. I'm
I
just
didn't
drunk in
even
public
goddamn do
at 9
anything.
a.m.
You're pissing me the fuck off. You ain't gonna do shit. You're a goddamn piece of shit.
Alright, we're done. Come on.
No. Oh, stop. What are you gonna do? My ass, huh? What are you gonna do? Piece of shit.
Get in the car. Like 3 times, 3 or 4 times now. She kicked me twice, slapped me. So, her and this girl are staying. Yeah.
Okay.
They're staying in a condo across the street. They get into an argument. She's acting like this. I've got the witness information already. He was a tram driver, and she took one of the cups, struck her upside the head with it. Got her story and the driver's story, and it matched up perfectly. Go to Mirandize her. She's like, lawyer. I said, okay, cool. Go ahead and turn around for me real quick. And she's like, no. So I go to grab her wrist. She immediately starts smacking me. I take her to the ground. She keeps on trying to resist. I end up getting hinges on her, get her up, put her on the golf cart over here so we can come back to my car. She spits on me like 4 times. She's kicked me twice.
Okay.
And she's threatened to have me killed by the Aryan Nation.
Okay.
So simple that on her, 33 on me, and threats to law enforcement with death.
Okay, what is she on?
Alcohol.
She hasn't calmed down yet.
No. She was calm until I broke the cuffs out.
She was calm until you broke the cuffs out.
Yeah.
Does she want to press charges about
Yes.
the battery?
She does.
Okay. Are they, what kind of relationship are they in?
They're not dating or anything like that.
So friends.
Yeah, they're just friends.
All right, step on out. You can search and change up those handcuffs.
I can't get out. Oh,
You can step out.
I am trying to, but my wrists are hurting so bad.
Your wrist has nothing to do with you scooting forward.
My wrist
Don't cuss me because I'm not cussing you.
I'm trying to be polite.
Listen, all you have to do is scoot.
No, it's not fair. She set me up. There were our bills to begin with.
Come on.
I can't just fucking scoot out. What do you want to do?
scoot out?
I can't.
Why?
Because I'm too fat, I guess. I don't know.
Serial, we apologize in advance for whatever Pope Phil did last night. I have not received a report yet, and frankly, the backstage here was a mess. I had to clean up for half an hour before we got the show. There's all sorts of naughty things all over the floor. For people who don't drink, they sure make a mess. Well, NCR does drink. He typically does that in his own little area. Pope Phil, on the other hand, had toilet paper hanging from the rafters, and I think these are leftover sidebars. I really don't want to know. We're calling the cleaning crew.
Out here. I can't go to here.
My officer's going to search you real quick.
She set me up.
Step away from the car. I'm Officer Wembley. I'm doing your search. All right, he's going to fix your cuffs for you.
Turn back around. Turn back around.
Is that better? Go ahead and have a seat.
She's got cocaine.
Good morning, Hank. We're doing some Drunk Girl to start the show because we don't have videos to play yet.
Go to her house. There will be cocaine there.
Okay. I'm going to buckle you in.
And she's the one that started this. It's not even me, it's her. Me earlier, she was like, okay. And then she kept laughing, but she's doing.
Okay. I'm going to close the door now.
Yes, it is.
All right, guys. Thank you. No problem.
As the arresting officer writes his report in his vehicle, the other officer finds an interesting item while searching Josie's belongings.
So I get out. Goddamn dead.
Yeah, that's what I took off of her waistband.
Brother, I'm in Aryan Nation. I'm getting you, Bonnie. After I get out, you're dead. What's your name, officer? What's your name?
Oh,
you have to tell me your fucking name, you stupid asshole.
Now, of course, I've handcuffed many dangerous people, but when someone's screaming, fighting, and possibly off their meds, that's entirely a different kind of danger. Now, calls like this can be a complete nightmare for police, because think about it, they're walking into a beautiful resort, but they're immediately met with a story of an assault, and the officer has no clue what he's going to have to deal with. Now, at this point, the call actually got really dark for me, and even I didn't see this coming, because the officer is not only dealing with a distraught victim, he might be dealing with an aggressor with an unstable mind, because on many occasions, police do have to
please visit their channel. I know it was a small or a tiny video, or not long video. But give them a thumbs up anyway. Tell them thanks for the algorithm. Yeah, they have not started. Let's
deal with violent mental.
Switch over to the Karen Reed trial. They'll be up and going any minute. Hank seems to be having some technical difficulties. It is that kind of day so far. Big shout out to everybody who is over on Twitter. Good to see you all. And yes, I don't call it X. And our Facebook folks, along with our YouTube folks. It's great to see everybody. Got about 32 people across 3 services right now, which is great for us first thing in the morning. Oh, Lord. We will probably have more of a Lessie cross-examining. I forgot the witness's name. It's that early. Good morning, NCR. We just married you off again. How does it feel to be married so early in the morning?
Invalid.
It's not invalid. We didn't have to have a ceremony. I just waved my hand left and right. And there you go. You're married.
That's not how it works, Jim.
Hey, she had nice dark hair, and she was carrying a weapon at a beach resort. So, yes.
No, I prefer the woman from the video I showed last night. You get me a woman like that, and I'll marry them right now.
I didn't see the video last night, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Good morning, Hank. Hopefully your microphone's working. But I have no idea what you did, but I've been cleaning up your mess for about a half an hour for the party that was Second Film Monday. Second Film Mondays are when the cast has their own show without me. And boy, did they have a show last night. That's right. They made quite the mess. Then, CR, you're going to pay for the cleaning lady today. I had to call one. I had to call the cleaning crew in, so you're going to have to pay. They won't be happy with what you did to that little corner of the office. I'm just saying. Also, Hank, if you're talking, can't hear you. So, folks, yes, they might need the hazmat suit. I don't know what the heck NCR did over to his portion of the studio, office, whatever this thing is, but it's green and it's moving. So this is what happens when you let junior managers have their party without anyone watching. I don't know. I haven't seen who they married off last night. Don't seem to want to.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Now I can hear you, Hank. Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry for the mess. They apparently got wild last night. They got so wild that they made poor Pants oversleep this morning, so we're waiting on audio. We'll have news stories up sometime this morning.
Will it be moist?
I'm not sure yet. Hey, Siri, plug your ears for a second.
Moist. 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 Moist.
Oh, dear Lord. The tones of Pants make everyone go a little bit giddy. That's right. So we do have the text articles up over on ReallyCoolSite.org. That's on the screen. That's how you get to it. We've got a story on Regan Benson finally suing Englewood, Colorado. She's alleging First Amendment violations and conspiracy to deprive her of her right to speak. Which is strange because Regan Benson has never shut her mouth in her life. So, I don't know, Hank. What do you think of the lawsuit?
Sounds like Regan Benson bullshit. She can't shut her mouth even when she chews.
35 pages detailing the last 2 years. Everything she says they ever did wrong in Englewood, Colorado. 35 pages of it. And it is available on our website at reallycoolsite.org. Just click the text article. You can, at the very end of the article, at the very end of any article that we have the PDF for, you can see the PDF of the actual lawsuit. And download it if you want to. It's not, while we paid for it, we do not watermark it, so distribute it how you want to. We also have Harvey Freebird back in the news, as he apparently thinks himself as a civil rights activist akin to Martin Luther King Jr. What do you think about that, Hank? He's akin to Martin Luther King Jr.
I think he has a dream. And that's as close as he gets.
Well, he's got this new thing. Whenever he walks into a police facility, he finds the picture of the sheriff or the police chief or whatever, gets down on his knees, and starts mockingly praying in front of the picture. It's very strange, and you get to see Harvey Freeman's butt crack, which nobody needs to see. That's just weird. Yesterday, he was trying to retrieve his phones, which were seized on Friday when he got arrested in Texas for walking the wrong way down a highway. So, yeah. He claims it was First Amendment retaliation. Boy, that's around a lot lately. And that they're holding his phones illegally because he was a journalist in the course of his work. So, big fun, big fun. We'll see what happens. Today, outside of the Karen Reed trial, Chili DeCastro may be filing his own new lawsuit, this time against the judge who locked him up last year, the judge who freed him last year, the prosecutor who locked him up last year, the bailiff who searched him, the police officer who testified against him, and Clark County, Nevada. What do you think of Chili, Hank?
As little as possible.
Okay. Chili DeCastro, folks. Chili is the man, or something. I don't know. As you can see on the screen, we still have Lieutenant Fan. And I don't know what flavor these sidebars are this morning because Pope has not been in yet. What kind of breakfast do you have right now, Hank?
Biscuits and gravy.
I am waiting on blueberry muffins to finish. Lots of fiber to start the morning. Lots of fiber, folks. For those new to the show, we start about 8:55 every morning for the Karen Reed trial. We are only on we only cover one trial a year, and this is it. Well, so far. We're also with you almost every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 p.m. Central, or 6 p.m. Mountain, and 5 p.m. on the West Coast with our daily show. We've got, we feature articles on our website along with video versions of those articles on our YouTube channel. So, Hank, what's up for today?
The Karen Reed trial? Question mark?
We'll see. Yeah, today and tomorrow are the last 12 days of the trial for this week. They have a half day on Thursday, and they're off on Friday. They're probably off on Monday, but we haven't heard yet for the Memorial Day holiday.
I would assume so.
Mrs. Tom says more yelling for today.
I'm just hoping we can get through the last witness before the end of the day.
Well, I think Alessi's going to keep this witness till at least the afternoon break. He's just going to stretch it out and stretch it out. And that's why we've already started with a drunk girl. We've got multiple drunk girl and criminals lined up to feature during the many breaks that they'll have today. Outside, it's sunny here. How is it there, Hank?
It's nice weather so far. Don't see any thunderstorms in the forecast, but you never know around here. Thunderstorms don't mean tornadoes, Jim.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the best summer I ever had was when we were living in Maryland, and I had the room over the garage with the big bay window. And it was positioned right, so whenever it thunderstormed, my whole room would light up from the lightning. So you could just turn your lights out and let the lightning just light up the room.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Good morning, NCR. So you still hung over from last night?
Actually, no. I was sober last night.
You were sober and you made this mess? I'm still cleaning out over. We're not even touching your area. The cleaning crew's coming and you're paying for it.
No, I'm not. Read my contract.
Your
Anything
contract
I have to...
said...
No, because I'm covered under the animal service disability thing. I have my emotional support alligator. You got a problem with that? You take it up with Wally.
We have sidebar predictions for today. Griffey starts with 12. Mrs. Tom with 10. Serial with 12. Get him in over on YouTube. Just respond in side chat. What do you think today, guys? Hank, how about you?
I think I'd like to finish eating before I start answering rapid fire questions.
Okay. How about you, NCR?
Well, I'm getting my breakfast, so I would say baker's dozen.
13. So Matt G's in with 12.
Healthiest of all breakfasts.
Uh-oh, things are moving.
That's what you get for adding fiber to your breakfast.
No, it's just G Fuel and nicotine. Put in combination.
Facebook Karen says 69 sidebars. Kova says 13 sidebars.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Mr. Burgess, please?
So I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was...
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all
Correct.
on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Woke? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
sure,
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they are.
You prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank
Yes.
you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolk. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dayton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022 and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Woke. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll let you have this.
Okay.
Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th.
Oh, good Lord.
2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident. Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, we didn't label the slide. Ha 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 ha.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th.
Hold
yes.
on. Is he literally bitching
So
about
in
a second?
actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this.
Because
These
may have
5
screwed up on a
timelines
slide.
are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
You understand my point.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct,
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that, yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about?
Yes.
This is just like when OJ couldn't get the glove
Let's
on.
turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
And yes, I'm actually old enough to have watched that trial. And did.
Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I did.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. reads Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All as stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Good morning.
Is it true there should have been a comma in between these two words?
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
The way they're going so hard at this guy, I'm starting to think they're not putting, I'm agreeing that they're not going to put on a defense.
Exhibit BBB for ID. Thank you.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the only reason to go after this guy so hard is for their defense.
Marked as exhibit B.
Because it's going to
for
counter
identification.
his interpretation of the timeline counters their.
When you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
But if
Do
they
you recognize
destroy him
that
now,
document, sir?
they don't
I do.
need to put anyone on.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidebar instead of before?
Sidebar. Jim.
I know, I was out of the room. Every time I get up from the desk.
Just like every time I tried to put a bite of food in my mouth for breakfast, you'd ask me another fucking question.
So how many sidebars today, Hank?
More than one.
Okay.
It's kind of
go ahead.
With this guy's testimony, it's probably be 11 or 12.
Oh, good Lord. Unclean Hand says 9. Becca, I know you had one up. Could you please repost it? I didn't capture it, Mr. All. Get your sidebars, folks. Your sidebars. Oh, good Lord. That woman behind John O'Keefe's mom has the giant coffee cup, and I think we all need that this morning. Griffey said 12 sidebars, Thale 13, Becca with 13. Get yours in before they come back, please.
Yeah, I just have a normal sized coffee cup and can refill it within a few seconds.
Oh, there you go. Parsons says 1.5 for the day. 1.5. Mrs. Tomlin, it's still 10. Matt G says he and Sirio have 12.
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
Represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
It does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that.
Okay,
This
then.
is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either
Way to let the jury know you're hiding shit from them.
Subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So, in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report, sure. You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down, thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra, yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is...
Sustained.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence of what is 188?
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
sure.
That, you know, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 11:62-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 11:62-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met, yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available. If we can enlarge the applicable sections And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock, yes. Timestamp, yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So, if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43 as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction.
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side,
lock on their own anymore.
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right.
All iPhones had an auto locking function, I thought.
If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? You see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see that.
Do you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Woke. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Sidebar number 2. Hey, Pope Phil, what flavor sidebar do we have for today?
We have a little honey ginger.
Ginger.
Sounds spicy.
Sidebars.
It's a little spicy, but ginger's good for that digestion.
Ginger is good. That's right, folks. You heard it here first from Pope Phil the Second. Pope Phil, what happened last night on your show? As I had quite the mess that it looked like you had a party of raccoons in here last night. With
That was NCR. That was NCR.
NCR's quarter. I had to call the hazmat people because the normal cleaning crew has refused to come in because of the green bubbling stuff that's moving on its own. What exactly did you do
I
to the
told
studio last
you
night?
it's Wally.
I cannot control what NCR does.
Look, nobody said I couldn't bring Wally, my emotional support alligator, to the office.
But what's the green bubbly stuff that's moving on its own?
With Wally.
It's better not to ask questions.
You know that he lives in a swamp that is next to a factory that dumps toxic sludge into the river, right?
Yes, I know he lives
When he
next
was
to the
keeping
Skittles
away
factory.
the carpet salesman.
I know that he lives next to the Skittles factory. Yes, I do. And that is, they pull the purple Skittles out of the swamp. I know that, but it's not lime green and moving in a puddle.
Well, it's not going through the digestion of an alligator. So,
Lord. It's coming out of your pay, Phil. NCR has a contract.
It should come out of Gia's pay. She's the executive producer.
No, Gia's the boss as well. She doesn't pay for anything.
Right. So she should have to pay for that.
I don't know. We can blame Zoe, I guess.
I don't know, but I've been told the big leg woman ain't got no soul.
I didn't say that. You did. And we lost NCR.
Led Zeppelin said that. Led Zeppelin said that.
As soon as we said he'd have to pay for something, like his bar tab, which is also still open.
Damn it, I gave the admonition as we close the show to pay the bar tab. You know who you are.
NCR, your bar tab's still open from last night. You owe at least $3,000.
That's not true. I didn't drink last night.
Which would
those are really expensive frescas.
Which would, by the way, put us very close to 5 years. Just saying.
So we've got our sidebars out of the way. Yeah. We started early today, and we're still waiting for the Mighty Pants to wake up so we can put our news up. We have articles up.
What's our count at now?
Moist.
For sidebars 2.
No.
Oh, for Phil, update from last night, please.
Hold on.
Yearly torture gym session. Folks, each year we do a torture gym campaign, which is to fund the channel and the newspaper for another year. This year I'm giving me and co-host Touche for every $5 collected via PayPal, Cash App, GoFundMe, Super Chat, Super Stickers, Super Thanks, or membership on YouTube. From now until June 5th, we add another day to our ban. And our ban is from fast food places including Popeyes, Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, and KFC. So far, we're in year 3, right, Phil? Year 3.
We're in year 3, but we're very close to closing out year 4. So we're at 1,358 days. This leaves us 102 to go to make to 4 years. And Cook Dog is banned for 483 days.
Oh, dear Lord. You know, he escaped. I told you he escaped from the authorities in Greenland yesterday. His tracking device is saying he's somewhere in Canada right now.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. if we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that
We
we
could
had
go
up
back
before.
to you not being a doctor.
Thanks for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Wolk, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And
consider
the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct, according
and that's 26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up, please. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. Sure. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct, according to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
You keep using
We can
adjectives.
take that
Stop
down
doing
and,
that.
with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Bob. We are really racking up sidebars today.
Yep, we're at 3 so far. And haven't even hit the morning break yet.
That's why I added the ginger to help with that digestion.
There you go.
But did you add Marianne?
No. I may have added a little Mary Jane, but
Was that found on Gilligan's Island?
yeah, growing wild in a ditch.
Kind of explains a lot on the show.
That's why they never got off the island.
The island. Yeah.
But they did. And then they got stranded again.
Yeah.
And then the Harlem Globetrotters showed up.
Yep.
Sorry, I was eating, folks.
Cicero's back and is moist.
Moist.
I know. We've already played her favorite song, but we can play a little snippet again.
Moist. 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 Moist.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Moist.
There you go, Hank.
Moist.
Remember, folks, we're back with you 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock in Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast.
Moistly.
We'll have new news videos up later today. The articles are already up at reallycoolsite.org. Featuring Regan Benson suing the city of Inglewood, Colorado. She claims that it's First Amendment retaliation and that they're not letting her speak at the city council meetings.
Sure.
Also,
couldn't be that she's disrupting the hell out of their city council meetings and not able to get their business done because of her bullshit. Couldn't be the reason at all.
Or that she's not a citizen of Englewood, and so, you know, they're
We also have
prioritizing their
Harvey
actual
Freebird apparently declaring himself the new Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay.
As he is now a civil rights activist and not just a journalist slash auditor slash whatever the hell he is.
So then is he going to start dating the new Rosa Parks?
Who's that?
Approach the witness.
That's DMA.
DMA?
Excuse me, Mr. Sure. I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is
No, Kova, she does not live there.
CCC for identification. That is one slide out of
And a
what is
copy
marked
of the
as
lawsuit
Exhibit
is at our website at
DDD
ReallyCoolSite.org.
for identification.
Did you put it on the Discord as well?
And
Yes, I
Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD?
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD?
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit D.
Triple D is in really big boobs.
Is that
As
the
in really
March
dumb.
5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need that.
The one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yeah, yes,
so
Your Honor.
we'll strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right, in addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So, the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well?
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs. Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162.2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
All right. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Can I lick my wounds, Your Honor?
How do I get him to say what I want him to say?
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Sure. Do you believe, do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 11/62/2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we were reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 11/62/2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before my, sorry, misheard you, yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague Dr. Welcher on 11/62/2 that establishes the text stream event as 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSoger, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in front of you?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take questions?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification?
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury, in your January 30 report, where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data, yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After. Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
You're not correct.
Do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset
Doesn't fit my narrative.
that you discussed
Maybe,
in
Mr.
your
Brennan.
January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is, that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay.
Ooh, keep going.
Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
that. Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to
Do
sustain.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Red Hot sidebars.
Sidebar number 4. So many sidebars today. I don't know. Good morning to everybody joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter this morning. We are currently covering the Karen Reed case. When they go to the morning break, we will be featuring another segment with Drunk Girl. Well, first with some music so everyone can get a break, and then we'll feature a quick Drunk Girl. Then this afternoon, we'll have an extended Drunk Girl during the lunch break, provided they take a morning break.
And Mrs. Tom, wait a minute, Mrs. Tom, earlier you said your tummy was upset. I recommend taking more sidebars because it has ginger, which will help your tummy.
Well, what about Marianne? Doesn't she help your tummy?
Marianne does not help your tummy, but she does help a little further south.
Well, she was always bearing her tummy on Gilligan's Island.
She was always my favorite.
Marianne. Oh. We don't have much for you today, folks. We already directed you to ReallyCoolSite.org for the latest news from this morning. We are waiting for our audio to put out the video versions of both stories we have for you today, with Regan Benton suing the city of Littleton, of Englewood, Colorado. And
some city in Colorado we don't know.
And of course, Harvey Freeman. No, Harvey Freebird. Declaring himself the new Martin Luther King Jr.
That's Dr. Freebird to you.
Dr. Freebird. Oh, good Lord. I can't get going now. I'm ready for a nap. I've been up forever. Good Lord. Yeah, it's like that, the video that's going around, the little girl saying, "What did you learn at school?" Or the mom saying, "What did you learn to school today?" We learned about Dr. Marvin Luther King Jr. And what did he do? He died for our sins. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yep. Little girl. Yeah, this is an extended sidebar today.
So, little boy are out playing in the sandbox. And it gets a little bit warm. Kid boy takes off his shirt, looks down, he says, looks at his breast, he goes, "I got 2 of these." Little girl takes off her shirt, she says, "So do I." They keep playing for a little while. Boy has to go pee, so he steps out of the sandbox and turns around and he goes, "I got 1 of these." The little girl opens up her shorts. Didn't have one. Little boy's laughing. Girl runs off. Pretty soon she comes back, opens up her shorts. It says, "My mom says with 1 of these, I can get as many of those as I want."
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, folks. The jokes made by Pope Phil II reflect Pope Phil's unique personality and why he is Pope of the Church of who? What's the
EU.
EU. And that one definitely had an ooh on it.
You got two frauditors walking down the streets. They come upon a dog licking itself. So, of course, they've got to film it. One frauditor says to the other, I wish I could do that. And the other frauditor says, you better not. He might bite you.
Oh.
That's why Hank is a bishop.
Remember, folks, we have full day coverage today and full day coverage tomorrow. Then we're here for a half day to the court scheduling on Thursday, and we are off on Friday and probably off on Monday due to the holiday. What you gonna do with your time off, Hank?
Hank things.
What you gonna do with your time off, Pope?
Pope things.
Never the twain shall meet. I got it.
Don't cross the stream. Don't cross the stream.
And when are you sending the brisket breakfast burritos?
Well, I'm sending them to Hank. They're on the way. You don't send me.
Folks, remember, we'll be back with the comedy stylings of Pope Phil II tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. Hank may or may not be there, but depends on his schedule.
Well, that's true. The comedy stylings with me because we are not entertaining.
They did leave a mess last night all over the studio, as Monday nights are Suck It Phil Mondays. I am not allowed to be there, as the cast and crew have their Monday parties.
Does not stop you. Does not stop you from sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
I was not there last night. How dare you?
You sent your
How
minion.
dare you?
You sent your minion.
What
Rose.
minion?
Rose.
Rose wasn't there.
Yes, she was.
Rose was not there. And good morning, Pants.
How would you know if you weren't there?
Because I talked to Rose, and she said she wasn't there.
Uh-huh.
Briefly.
Right.
Shut up briefly.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1?
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at. Paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say collision.
You see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream events 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report, no.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
Right this
no, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every TechStream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have TechStream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's just 20 minutes.
All right, please.
Not put the jury to sleep, Mr. Alessi?
Too late.
Right, Mr. Alessi.
According to you, Hank.
You. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out so we can all hit the bathroom or get a soda or whatever we need to do.
Bang your head on the table to make sure you're still alive.
Have been doing that already this morning. Let's go to some music. Let's see.
Music.
And we'll be back with you in about 6 minutes.
Run while you can.
How is everybody this fine morning?
There wasn't 6 minutes.
Oh, we went 3.5. You're here, so why are you complaining?
Because I was promised 6 minutes.
Rose.
Yeah.
Rose, pay attention. Jim just confused 6 with 3.5.
Well, is Rose even here? So let's go share total chaos after girlfriend gets caught cheating.
No.
If we don't finish this one during this break, we'll finish it during the lunch break.
Officers respond to a call about someone's roommate completely trashing their apartment. However, the story officers uncover leads to unexpected chaos.
What the hell?
What's his name? Derek.
Where is he?
He might be on the balcony. Derek doesn't have any. What's going on, man?
What's going on?
What's going on? What?
Let's go in there, get him.
Derek, what's going on?
Bro, ain't nothing going on. I'm good.
No, you're not good, man.
I don't care about none of this, bro.
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Talk to me, man.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Why?
I don't talk to police, bro.
Why not?
Bro, what do you mean, why not, bro?
Bro.
I've been living in this world, bro. What do you mean, why not? Are you kidding me?
Bro.
And he really called the police, like.
Just saying, stop.
Stop acting now.
You're not going to walk through me.
Hang on. What happened? Be sure to what the hell happened. I'm not gonna walk through you. You the buck hunter.
You're damn right. Right now I am.
Okay.
What's going on, bro?
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Okay. Do not go in that closet.
I'm good, bro.
You can stand here and talk to him then.
He got drunk because he found out about your
That stuff. Okay. Makes more sense.
Derek. Is you slow?
Derek. Hey, listen to me. Better calm down, bro.
What's going on?
I'm calm. You better calm down.
I'm calm as can be.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Derek,
Bro.
look at the apartment, man. Look at the apartment.
I don't care about this apartment, bro.
Okay, I understand that.
I'm finna leave. My girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, she with some other dude right now.
Okay.
She said she's at her sister's house. She left her Apple Watch here.
Okay.
You can see the messages through her Apple Watch. Seeing all her messages, talking to all these other dudes. Okay. She said she went to the airport to pick up her friend. She went to go pick up some dude from Cleveland. She stopped sharing her location with me to go to the airport to go get her friend from Cleveland, right?
Okay.
She got a whole hotel with him. I see the messages talking about she want to
So
him again, all this
picking
other
up
stuff.
NCR.
What do you expect me to do? Holy shit. This is all her stuff?
Well, this is all our stuff.
We're supposed to be working on getting back together.
I get it, dude. If that's what's going on, I get it. Yeah.
So don't act like you're getting crazy, bro. Don't act like you're getting crazy.
Don't walk to. Look, listen, man.
Bro, stop talking to me. I'm talking to
Okay,
you.
well, listen. If I'm standing here and you're walking at me,
Bro,
and you're trying to push through
That's
me,
my roommate. I don't know
okay,
you.
then you could ask me to move.
Okay,
You don't just
move
push
out my
through
way
me.
so I can go talk to my roommate.
If that's the case, if you give me respect, then I'll give you
Can you move out
respect.
the way so I can go talk to my roommate? He doesn't want to talk
I'm
right
taking
now.
his information
He
here.
does-
okay?
he just doesn't want to talk right now. He's scared. He told me what's going on, man, and that my heart hurts for that shit. Cannot be easy. You can get my information. I'll get your information. Jesus Christ. His girl broke up with him, and now she's with another dude right now. So the roommate says that he's been drinking all night. Bro, I'm not drinking all night, bro. That's what your roommate said. I didn't say you were. I just woke up.
Hey, it's the police, man.
I'm seeing all these messages. I get that's why you're mad. I 100% trust us. We all get it. So what are you talking about? One's drinking all night, bro. That's what I'm telling you. That's what he said. That's why I'm about to go talk to him. Y'all won't let me talk to him. Because he doesn't want to talk to you, bud. Okay, so is that. I don't want to talk to y'all. That doesn't fucking make sense. Jesus Christ.
What's up, man? Just so we're understanding where you guys are roommates, you guys live here.
Yeah, because what the you did? You think we want to be here? No, because you act like a child, so we have to come out here and deal with it because you want to act this way. But everyone else is trying to live their life. You want to act like this, and then we have to come deal with it. And then you're going to be with us. Jesus Christ. Why are you working on my life? Because I care about you. I care about everybody. You don't know me, bro. I don't need to know you to care. Bro, don't lie like that, bro. Okay, go. Then just go in your room and be mad. All right, I will, bro. So the issue is, you're going to have to sue him civilly, probably, for all this stuff. You can't take him right here. Where? I'm waiting on my peoples to come get me.
Okay, man. Are you
Okay.
you're planning on leaving?
I'm leaving. What are you talking about? I'm leaving.
I'm asking.
Can I come in real quick?
What do you gotta act like this, man? You're sitting here acting like
You
a
put your
child.
hands on me, bro.
Don't walk towards me aggressively.
Bro, I'm not walking towards you
If
aggressively.
I'm standing in here, you walk towards me?
Bro, you in my apartment, bro. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
Look what you did to your apartment. You're acting like a
Okay,
freaking
then,
child
it's
here.
my
How
apartment.
about you grow up? You're an adult. How old are you?
I'm old enough to be an adult.
Then act like one. Don't sit here and break all your roommate's stuff.
Bro,
Now he's got to deal with
I paid
it.
for this too.
He's got to deal with it though.
I paid
It's
for
not
this
just.
too.
It's, you're not.
He in his room.
Your actions are affecting him as much as they're affecting you.
I'm not affecting me, bro. I'm letting all my emotion out.
Is this how he normally is? Are you guys like usually really good friends? We can all understand why he's livid. We get it. Not saying his actions are okay by any means. The issue is with you guys being roommates.
He's mad at me. I don't.
Why is he mad at you?
Because
Did you say something?
No, I didn't say shit. There's something about I knew the whole time and.
Any threats like I'm gonna hurt you?
No, he just tried to knock down my door.
This door?
Like he literally, it's locked. Like he somehow banged it open, and I just kept it shut with my hand.
Who's gonna clean this up? You?
Bro, she is, bro. She get here. I'm making sure she see this, bro.
The she Derek is referring to is his girlfriend. What officers don't know is that she is just moments away from showing up.
Ooh. About to get spicy. About to get spicy.
He's gonna make the girlfriend clean up the mess he made because she was cheating on him.
Yep.
Okay.
With NCR, a guy from Northern Ohio.
That's right, with NCR. Goodness gracious. You'd think she'd have better taste. I mean,
You would think so. You would think so. You would think so.
Gentlemen.
But we found his true love, apparently.
Yes, and yeah. Too bad she was taken. NCR.
All right. I hate to tell you this, bro, but if she cheated on him with you, she's probably going to cheat on you with somebody else.
That's
Just
right.
saying.
And when she does, things go completely sideways.
You always clean it up? No. So why are you worried about who cleaning it up?
Because your actions are affecting him. You're acting like a
Worry
child.
about him, bro. He good.
You should be.
So the problem is you guys live together. So stuff is kind of like mutual property. You're gonna have to sue him for everything that he broke.
Not even if
basically.
he's like, because he was threatening her when she got home.
She's the victim. She has to be the one that wants to prosecute.
You just have to tell her if she comes here and we have to come back out because there's an issue because they're arguing, then there's a good chance she's going to get arrested and him. Obviously, right now things are tense. Until he leaves, I would say she should not be here. We're not telling her she can't.
Yeah, if she lives here, she lives here.
If she lives here and wants to come here, she can.
But if we come back out, they're both getting arrested.
If there's an issue or some sort of disorderly between them, we got to do something about it.
As the officers attempt to leave, Derek starts throwing items off the balcony.
I'm just going to tell him to not. Hey, Derek.
Bro, I thought y'all left.
Well, listen, man, you're throwing stuff outside the balcony. You can't throw stuff outside.
Bro, I'm throwing her clothes, bro.
Okay, but you can't throw her stuff outside of the balcony.
Come up, bro.
Listen, you can't throw stuff outside. If you want to do stuff in here, that's on you. But dude, when you're throwing stuff outside, that's not your property.
Okay, bro. Thanks for letting me know, bro.
Still in a ticket?
Yeah, I'm still right.
Okay. Here's the deal, man. You're still getting a ticket.
Okay, bro. That's cool, bro. I'm not worried about
So now we got to wait.
Wait for what?
Write out the ticket before we can leave. Man, just hang out for a second. You are right now under arrest for disorderly conduct. We're writing you a ticket. Just hang tight, okay? We tried to be cool with you, man.
Bro, I thought y'all left, bro.
We did, man, but you're throwing stuff out the window.
Hello, bro. Can you come get me? She the one who out cheating. For real, the police here. They all in my face, bro. Come get me, bro. For real. All right.
Hang tight,
She come, bro.
Okay, but hang tight.
She coming?
I know, but we
I
gotta
gotta get my stuff.
Okay, but you gotta hang tight. How much stuff are you trying to grab? Backpack full, suitcase? Do you know how much?
Bro, all my stuff right here, bro. Bro, where's the ticket? It don't take this long. It take that long to
Right.
write the ticket.
He's got to write it out, man, by
Bro,
hand.
no, bro. Every
It's
time
not
I
just
just
print
over, y'all write that in 2 seconds, bro.
Derek's girlfriend now arrives.
What the f is wrong with
What's
you,
wrong with
Derek?
you, bro?
Derek, I swear to
You swear to God, what, bro?
I'm gonna kill you. What the f is wrong with you?
What's that called, bro? Ain't that a violation or something? She just said she gonna kill me. That's a threat, bro. Arrest her.
Derek, get your shit.
I already got my stuff, bro. You late, bro.
Huh?
You late.
Well, get the f out.
Hold on. Stop.
Jesus, Mary and Thursday.
You're yelling at me, bro. I can walk. You're not
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
I don't think this is Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, but I think it's 3 other people.
Yeah. All 4 of us are watching. Making them sandwiches.
Ooh.
I think
Yeah,
this one is
sandwiches.
person worthy.
Well, no, because he's already cheating on this dude with NCR.
But weren't Parson and NCR indirectly married at one point?
That's true, but that marriage is over because it's after midnight.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so I say dearly beloved.
Of course you do.
We marry them both to the girl and let them fight it out.
Fight it out.
I like that.
Fight it out. So,
I'll make popcorn.
Phil.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today on this auspicious occasion to marry off Parsons and NCR to this lovely woman who can't stay faithful to anyone. Parson and NCR, do you take this tramp, and I use that term in the very sincerest of manner, to be your lovely wedded YouTube wife?
We do.
And lovely woman who probably does have a tramp stamp, do you take NCR and Parsons to be your lovely wedded YouTube husbands?
We do.
Oh, indefinitely, definitely.
Forever.
By the power invested in me by Karen Reed, WFYC, WFYG, and YouTube University, I now pronounce you YouTube husbands and wives. You may live miserably together for the rest of your life.
Oh.
Yay!
Another happy day.
Another happy day. Oh, there's a tear running down my eye.
Going anywhere, man. Just hang tight. Ma'am.
Oh my God.
Listen, I get it's stressful. Please.
I'm not going to kill him.
What?
I'm not going to do
my
that.
Okay, but you need to be smart first off with your choice of words, please. And then I get it is stressful, but there's a better way to handle this, okay? What you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to take him to court, okay? He obviously, because you guys live here, we kind of explained it to your roommate a little bit. You guys have shared property, so you're gonna have to take him to civil court for
Oh,
this.
this is my. This is all
This is
my.
my house. My house.
I'm about to leave.
You had a good time at the airport, didn't you?
I had a good time at the airport.
Fucking hotel. Look at your laptop.
I'm gonna get all this shit. I'm gonna get all this shit. What you gonna get? You ain't gonna have shit, Eric.
Stop. Right now.
Dude.
What are you doing back?
Right in front of the police, you
Now
idiot.
heads up on me. Bro, my
Relax.
arm don't bend like that, bro.
Relax.
There. My arm do not bend, bro. Bro, look at my right arm, bro. Don't bend like that. Bro, my arm do not bend.
Stop.
Bro, watch out, bro. Bro,
Stop. There.
relax. My arm do not bend like that, bro.
I'm gonna have Hold on. Stop. I will readjust the cuffs.
I swear to God, bro. If y'all, bro.
Stop
I
tensing
swear to
up.
God.
Stop.
Bro, my arm bend like that, bro. I'm not doing nothing, bro.
You're twisting your arm.
Bro, my arm do not bend.
Stop.
Bro,
Relax.
Bro, I have to do it myself, bro. My arm do not
Please
bend
go ahead and
that way.
get back.
I have to do it myself.
Oh my God, bro.
All the cops know that.
Bro,
Can we readjust? Yes, you can.
Bro, I cannot, bro. I physically cannot move my arm, bro.
What did I miss? See, she came here, he grabbed the laptop, threw it at her face.
But that's an event, bro. She said she gonna kill me. What? Y'all not arresting her? What you doing?
Did you guys see him throw it?
Yeah, he threw it right in front of my face.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Hey, you're under arrest for domestic violence. Okay? So you're going to jail. Let's go.
You gonna wait for his mom to get here?
Nope, going to jail. Don't care. Going to jail.
Let's go. All right, bro. Can I put some clothes on, bro? Bro, I can't put no clothes on, bro. Bro, why are you grabbing me so aggressive?
Oh my God. Stop.
Oh my
Bro,
God.
stop. What, bro?
Relax.
Just going to jail. Come on. We told you. I don't even got no shoes on. I don't care. That's your problem. Bro, that's hard.
Did he just try and run?
Stop.
Yep.
Get off me. Relax. Bro, get off me, bro. Relax.
IQ is not this guy's friend.
So he broke his shoulder allegedly when the cops put the
Yep.
cuff on him.
Yeah,
And now
can't
he's
physically
running.
do it. Can't physically do it.
He
Yep.
must be an auditor. He's got that
Very
incarcerated thing.
Very delicate people.
Yes,
Yes,
very
very
delicate.
Brittle bone disease.
We do have. I will put the link in side chat. We have a lawyer, Mr. Patrick J. Darcy, actually did an audit himself. He audited a post office. He was in and out in 4 minutes, he says. And he still doesn't understand why auditors audit post office. So I'm sticking that in side chat right now. Because, I mean, he looked and looked and looked, and yeah, he was in and out. Yeah, he did everything they look for and
Yep.
didn't see the point. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good video from last night. We put it inside chat if you want to take a look at that later.
What was
I
that? What,
thought
you're
he
trained for
wasn't
marathon?
doing
Or now
that
you're
type of
getting another
content
resistance?
anymore. Jesus spoke to him in a dream or something.
He as long as he's not insulting anyone, he said it was okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, he's not directly insulting anyone. So he is back, and we're pleased to see him back. He's actually a nice guy.
Yeah, I've always liked him, so I like this content.
Look, I'm trying to fix my arm,
Okay,
bro.
I was taking care of something. Who are we talking about?
My back, bro. Look at
Patrick
my
Darcy?
arm.
Yeah, Patrick Darcy.
Oh yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yes.
I've never had any problems with him.
Bro, oh my God, bro.
Oh my God.
Bro, what happened here? What's wrong?
I don't know why you're. I don't know why
Sit down. I'm not playing the league, bro. We'll get you a
you're
spot.
upset that I'm running.
Hey, his cell phone and his wallet's in your in the front. Okay, man. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Everything's one of the things. So you jump out for me, man. You step over here for us. He's going to quarter to third. He's going to be here for like an hour. Listen, man, are you going to be cool down there? You're not going to give us any issues?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
You get where you're at. I mean, I can't blame you. I don't understand how she made it threat to me, but y'all arrested me. What threat?
If you want to,
she's right there.
if you want to talk to a prosecutor about that, you can talk to him about it. It's on camera, it's recorded. But it's, from our perspective, it doesn't. You can request the footage if you want, but it doesn't.
All right, back.
That's fine.
Understand how y'all arrested me.
Because here's the thing, man. It did not sound like to us that she was meaning it. It's not like she was running towards you saying, "Yeah, I'm going to kill you."
Domestic violence, though, for me just throwing her laptop back.
You hit her in the face with the laptop.
She blocked it. It's on your footage.
She blocked it.
With her
You
face.
attempted to cause her harm.
Yeah,
She blocked it with her nose.
I'll read you what it said. You know what I mean?
I got a question. How do you guys handle heartbreak? Please leave it in the comments, because some people take it on the chin and move on. But in this case, Derek couldn't handle having a broken heart, so he broke everything in that apartment. Now, simple roommate disputes are common. You have different personalities sharing bills, furniture, but also you share the same space. Now, I've never had a roommate, and I can't imagine living with somebody that would totally trash the apartment over relationship issues that have nothing to do with me. And guys, you have to watch who you share your space with, because once you live with somebody, they do have rights, and if you don't have the money to just move, it can be hell getting them out. And this apartment was completely destroyed, and most people can't just replace items on short notice. And even the cops were shocked when they opened that door and laid eyes on all that mess.
What the hell?
And you can see, as soon as officers started talking to Derek, just by his attitude, this wasn't going to go well. And this is so frustrating for officers, because you're trying to assess and resolve the call, but when people want to be hostile towards you, that's when things tend to always turn up. And just by doing simple background checks on people, you can avoid situations like this, because Derek couldn't have cared less about the state of that apartment. And thank goodness he didn't turn his aggression towards his roommate. And I literally had to wrap my brain around the fact that Derek was mad at the cops because his woman broke up with him. And his poor roommate was terrified. And guys, I say often at our channel that we like to keep you guys informed on many things, and this is what you you call misdirected anger, because he aimed his anger at the apartment, his roommate, and then the cops when he needed to grow up, look in the mirror, and take full responsibility. Because the police did everything here to
And
keep the peace.
didn't
But
he
once
say
his
they
ex-girlfriend
broke
arrived,
up
then this
and
turned into a
he was
domestic.
wanting
Now, I
to
would
get
have
it back?
attempted to separate these two to prevent the laptop situation, but Derek brought the arrest.
I think he just discovered that she was cheating. I'm not sure. I missed that part of the beginning.
I thought he said they were broke up and they were trying to work things out, which means he wanted things to work out, not necessarily that she did.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she's actually cheating on him or just broke up and said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get back together at this point.
Well, let's see. I once in my 20s had a girlfriend who we had an argument. I came by later that night, and she was already in bed with somebody else, and apparently broke up with me, but failed to tell me about it.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah. That did not go well.
You weren't listening, Phil. That's all. She told you.
Apparently, yeah.
That's why she broke up with you, because you don't listen to her.
Yeah.
Yes, she
Just another
mentally
lesson
told
learned.
you. Yes, she mentally told you, Phil, it was your fault.
Yep. Yeah. It was my fault. I did not hear her say, "I'm breaking up with you," as she picked up this other guy. Yeah.
Yes, as she has her new
So
boyfriend.
she had to show you because you didn't.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Love is not forever in the case of Pope Phil. But Pope Phil has a wonderful wife now.
I do.
Who
See?
approves
See?
of 30%
The girlfriend did
of
you a
his
favor.
activities.
She did. Actually, you are correct. She did do me a favor because my wife and I've been together for 30 years.
Yep.
So.
Yes. So, yes, for those joining us on Twitter, this is our usual show. We are going to be with you during the Karen Reed trial during the day. Usually you can find us at nights, 6 nights a week, and 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 p.m. in the Mountain Time Zone, and 5 p.m. on the West Coast.
And occasionally you can find Jim at night standing on a corner looking for a ride.
No, I never leave the house. You know that, Phil. So, due to my severe allergies, I am allergic to the world and tend to stay inside.
I'm just trying to make you seem more interesting.
Okay,
He does in calls only.
Now that we have GA here, who can tell the truth about why the studio was trashed when I got to it this morning, and what the lime green glowing ooze is over at NCR's part of the studio. It is moving on its own, and the hazmat team has not shown up.
I was very mellow last night. I was just hanging out.
She was on cookies. She was on the cookies.
No cookies. No cookies. I was very mellow.
Did you have a full tummy?
I had French bread pizza for dinner. It was delicious.
So you had bread dough. Bread dough.
I had a French loaf from Whole Foods. Made a little pizza.
Did you see Karen and Alan there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you have a
what kind of French
gummy?
bread? Some French bread makes some French bread makes great pizzas. Others don't try and make a pizza out of a baguette.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. This was a soft French in-house loaf. I never buy their baguettes. They're too tough. Too tough. They're too hard to slice. I put a little olive oil, a little Rao's pizza sauce, mozzarella, and fresh Parmesan.
Phil, read the screen.
Yes. My girlfriend brought me a fresh sausage from the best meat market in the world in Georgia. It was delicious.
But how can it be the best meat market in the world when your meat market is the best?
No, my meats are the best. I do buy them at a market. Actually, a
Okay.
butcher. But
You've got your own butcher.
yes. Well, he sells to everybody, but yes.
You've got your own butcher, that is.
Yeah. Where's Hank?
Folks, we are in the process of uploading today's news stories. They'll be available by the afternoon break. We may play one on
Jim,
break.
don't you have a butcher?
No, I don't. I don't have my own personal butcher.
No, Jim just uses his car, and then
or baker or
brings
candlestick
home
maker.
Brings home whatever he runs over.
Though NCR is known as the butcher in his part of town, in his little part of Des Moines, Iowa. That's right.
Is that why
That's
Jim
not
likes
where
to cruise
NCR is.
around?
NCR is in northern Ohio.
Is that why Jim likes to cruise around the fast food restaurants waiting for somebody to walk through the parking lot with the bag, and he runs them down and grabs their food and run?
That's only when I'm doing the DoorDash. That's only when I do the DoorDash. If the person snipes my order, I'm taking the damn order.
If the person doesn't dash for the door, Jim runs them over. Yep. DoorDash.
And then I have a good meal, and then I run them over again. That's right. That's right. Because if you work DoorDash, you got no rights at all. Just how it goes. So anyway, we are uploading, well, we will be uploading in a few minutes, the story on Harvey Freebird declaring himself the new Martin Luther King Jr. And
What is back in session in ABC?
Regan Benson suing the city of Inglewood, Colorado. Breaking news, folks.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Jesus, how many people did she hit?
The data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162.1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162.1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162.1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just
What is his
unusual
point?
driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that
He's
has
trying to
nothing
say
at
that
all
she
to do
never
with a
hit
collision,
him.
correct?
Ever.
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know
The
the
taillight
exact
was smashed.
count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162.1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to events surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today,
What the hell?
Are they
none
trigger
of the
happy?
information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
Oh.
I'm feeling happy with myself.
In your direct
Let's go to
examination,
something
you
else.
referenced a Miss Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And
He's a drunk.
for instance, you criticized
drunk all the
her
time.
for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card, yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No,
lay
that
it
is
at
not
her
correct.
footsteps.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake, yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off.
Judge, can I strike
Yes, that it was
the
overlooked.
attorney?
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30,
Sustained.
2025 report. Okay. And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir.
Let's go to page 5.
Let's all go to the drive-through.
And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
My lord.
Yes, can I help you, Gia?
Oh,
Ooh.
make it stop.
No, you're suffering for others' sins.
Oh.
I am now betting he's going to go all today, all tomorrow, and all the way up to the end of Thursday's half day with this witness.
No.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it.
No.
No,
Mr.
it'll be
Burgess,
after
if you
lunch,
could
but it'll be
turn
complete
to
today.
Page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle systems.
Yes, I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
We got redirect or recross, or redirect and recross, and he'll be here for a while.
So is Crisscross going to perform jump around?
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Oh, he's got a stack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Not afternoon yet. Will that be held against him
Do
on
you know what a
recross?
sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
Of what year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases?
I have, yes.
In courts around the country?
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class with or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay.
Or you go a black hat.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Yes, I do.
You might want to watch the way you pronounce analyst.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged
They're
in this
mocking
case in
us,
October
Your Honor.
2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look
Why,
at
yes.
photographs
yes, they
and
are.
some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Your Honor. Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please? Okay.
Sidebar.
Honor, they're messing up and making us look like fools again.
Yeah, Mom, they're picking on us.
Hard.
I love how they like to use those damn $15, $20 words.
Right.
That the common person does not know the meaning of. I would think they would want the jury to know the meaning of the words that are leaving their mouth.
Right.
No, they're just trying to make it sound like it's more nefarious than it is, so.
Excuse me.
Okay, folks, this is sidebar number 5.
Number 5. Number 5.
That was sidebar number 5.
Number 5. Number 5. Number 5.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
You should have
When
followed
you
that up with, have you been
looked at
discouraged by the
the
defense?
photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
But
No,
Your
it was
Honor,
not.
they
Is
didn't
it
point
now?
out that he
It
was
is.
24 hours off.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS point, data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That will be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from.
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a, clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerns you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page. Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now. Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report and your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment? Objection, Your Honor. If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony.
It's a miracle.
With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We can turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSorga's.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is minus 21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the minus 20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the minus 21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The minus 20 and minus 21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments. and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment.
Bill, add 14 days.
Oh my God.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Wow. Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Thank you, anonymous hate watcher.
Yes.
And what were you told to do about a report?
Only have one
on May
thing to
7th?
say.
Yeah. Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
That makes 1,372 days. 88 days left to go for 4 years. Oh God,
Wow.
he's gone for 497.
Now, if we could have
Yay!
Not fair.
Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please.
My prediction is you're going to say bye-bye to Burger King by the end of the weekend.
Could be.
I think it's going to be sooner than that.
After you explain to us.
Not fair.
That and 25 cents won't get you a cup of coffee.
But that and $5 will get you Starbucks.
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 6.
What
Sidebar.
flavor are they today?
They are honey and ginger. To help with that digestion.
He put
I don't
ginger
like
on.
ginger.
He's got ginger there, but Marianne couldn't make it.
I don't like ginger.
Marianne is maybe becoming a Vestal virgin. So
Okay then.
why don't you like
Ginger
ginger?
is bad.
The last time I saw a photo of the actress who played Marianne, she's aged quite well. I don't know if it's through surgical supplements or not, but
Dawn Woods, was that her name?
I don't remember.
Dawn Wells, and
Dawn
she
Wells.
died in 2022.
So she looks great.
Yeah, for
She was embalmed.
The last photo I saw was when she was still alive.
okay.
2020.
Well, it had to have been at least 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, she was born in 1938.
Yep. Yeah, she did it.
You're watching our coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial. We'll be back with you tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern for our nightly show. Then back at you at 8:55 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern time, unless an Australian bribes us again to start early, like he did this morning, but forgot the bribe. Griffey. Other than that, we did release 2 news stories on our YouTube channel earlier, about an hour ago, in fact, featuring Regan Benson suing Inglewood, California, and Mr. Harvey Freebird pondering if he's the new Martin Luther King
When did Inglewood move to
Jr.
California?
Colorado, sorry.
There is Englewood, Colorado, and there is Inglewood, California. They're not spelled the same.
Yes. Anywho, Reports are over on our YouTube. Check them out. We may be playing one during the upcoming break for lunch, which is going to happen any minute now.
Moist.
That's right.
Us too. Moist. Moist. Good morning. How are you? Good. Moist.
Who are you? Good morning, Gina.
Apparently she had timed it, so he was saying moist after everything she said.
Yep. It sounded like she was talking to him.
Yeah. It was perfect. So we are not leaving for the day. We're going to go all the way to 4 o'clock today, and we're going to go all the way to 4 o'clock tomorrow. But on Thursday, it's a half day, so they'll be wrapping up by afternoon break. And Friday, we're off because of the holiday. We may also be off on Monday. We have not verified that as the court has not released a schedule yet. But most courts are off for Memorial Day.
Well, if there is court, I won't be here at least until the afternoon.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, Lord. Other than that, boo. Chile de Castro is expected, or at least he said he was going to be filing his new lawsuit today or tomorrow.
I thought at first I thought you were saying Chile de Castro was expecting. Like,
well,
doesn't he have something due in court too, though?
He had it due last week, actually.
With
it was
Blue?
Due last week. No, in the Ironton case, he missed a deadline in the Ironton case.
Wait a minute. That's not like Chile to miss a deadline in Ironton.
Yes, because he replied to the wrong set of defendants. He replied to the Ironton defendants, but had sought an extension for the Lawrence County defendants, then apparently forgot to reply to them. So, yeah.
Weird.
And now, today, he said that maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, he would be suing the judge that locked him up last year, the judge that set him free, the prosecutor who locked him up, the police officer who testified against him,
and the bailiff.
And the bailiff, and what do you call it? The county, Clark County, Nevada. So,
in the game is on shelves?
The game's not on shelves. The game will be complete prototype.
All right, please.
Form at the end of the week.
Follow me.
Which week?
This week, apparently. Let's see if they come back before we...
No, they're going to lunch.
Yeah, but we'll see if she comes back.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes she yells at people before they go to lunch. We can tell in a minute if they actually go to a commercial here. Oh, Lord. My nephew is actually off today due to an in-service day. So, yes, we have him.
Now, is that an in-service as we would know it, or an in-service as Chile would define it?
Ooh.
Chile, this is the school is closed because the teachers are doing stuff. So, oh, wow, we've got 50 whole minutes. So, let's see.
What? Did you just say Chile's celebrating Incel Day?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But I'm not reporting it because I always check out the stuff before I report it.
How many martinis is that? 50 minutes.
Well, if you hear from two sources, it's got to be true.
Yeah, two sources are me and somebody else. That's right. Okay, let's.
Gia loves the flips.
Hey, Phil, did
What?
you hear that Chili's going to be celebrating Incel Day?
I did hear that.
Oh, there's two sources, Jim. Now you can believe it.
There's our two sources. That's right. Crap. Clicked the wrong.
Making Chicago dogs for lunch, taking orders.
I thought Phil didn't like Chicago dogs.
Chicago dogs.
I'll have three.
Chicago dogs can bite it. I posted a picture of Des Moines dogs.
It was pathetic.
Oh, they're delicious. They're delicious.
I'm not having lunch during lunch, but when we get out of court, I'm fixing chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, and green beans with country gravy.
Ooh.
Wow. That's a meal.
Somebody's going to be taking a nap later.
Yep.
Okay, folks, we are going to take a 6-minute and 17-second break while this story plays. The wonderful Pants read the story, and delight in celebration of Pants today.
Is this from the AI paper?
No, it's actually human written. Human written. So a few people apparently need to read it before they comment on it, before going off half-baked, apparently. But that's another story for another time. I'm hitting play, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Half-Baked was a great movie.
An enraged Regan Benson burst into the Englewood, Colorado Civic Center Monday night, clutching a new lawsuit and preparing to address the Englewood City Council with her usual blend of insults, degrading comments, and direct threats towards council members and Englewood City employees. Benson was fired up as she had filed a new federal civil rights lawsuit against various city employees and police officers on Sunday, alleging abuse, First Amendment retaliation. She was preparing to announce the lawsuit during her 3 minutes of speaking time during the city council meeting's time allotted for public feedback. Stopping to greet Allied security guard Dwight, who Benson, accompanied by her husband, seemed cheerful and well prepared for the ramifications of her lawsuit. She seemed to have stars in her eyes as she expected millions from the city she had been at odds with for so long. Benson's next stop was to pass through a security checkpoint and speak with the Englewood police officer, Christopher Caggiano. Benson cheerfully told Caggiano that he was not named in the lawsuit, but not for his lack of trying. She jokingly explained that her lawyer was enamored with his handsomeness, and that fact alone saved him from the suit. Mockingly shocked by her statement, Caggiano offered to help when Benson then announced that she had not heard any updates on her recent report of being physically assaulted during an anti-Trump rally earlier this month. In that incident, Benson was in the middle of a mix of listening to the protesters' feelings about President Donald J. Trump and insulting them for not taking part sooner in an anti-government protest when she was assaulted by a Trump supporter. Benson would flag down an Englewood police cruiser to make a report, then would later send an email to both the Englewood City Council and Englewood Police Chief David Jackson demanding an update of her case within 24 hours. Jackson replied that her case would be handled through the proper channels and would not receive preferential treatment, and it apparently lingered in limbo since that exchange. Officer Caggiano performed a search on his computer and found that a citation had been issued in the case. However, the file was locked, and he was unable to access it. Benson became outraged with the fact that she had not been notified of the citation against her alleged assailant and stormed into the city council chamber to confront Police Chief Jackson, who was sitting at the back of the room. Jackson told Benson that it was not the time or the place to have a confrontation. Benson insulted him and walked away, apparently now fired up for her speech later in the night. The YouTuber awaited her turn and took to the podium to deliver a speech celebrating her lawsuit. She indicated that the lawsuit would cost the city millions, while insulting Englewood's mayor, members of the city council, the city manager, and the city attorney. She then directed her ire at city council member Joe Anderson, claiming that he would never be mayor and that she would stop him from winning re-election to the city council in the upcoming elections. After finishing her speech, she returned to her husband's truck, where her live stream abruptly ended, apparently due to technical reasons. Benson's lawsuit was filed with the District Court for the District of Colorado on Sunday. It names 9 defendants, including Englewood Mayor Othniel Sierra, City Councilman Joe Anderson, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. The lawsuit details 2 years of Benson's activities in Englewood and alleges that defendants engaged in an ongoing conspiracy to deprive Benson of her civil rights. Among her claims are multiple charges of First Amendment retaliation by the defendants, as she was not permitted to speak at the Englewood City Council meetings on multiple occasions. Also included in the lawsuit is a direct challenge to Englewood's policy prohibiting filming in government buildings without the expressed permission of those who are being filmed. Benson received a settlement from the city of Denver, Colorado last year for $130,000 to settle 2 First Amendment-related lawsuits. While Benson claimed that the suit would cost the city millions, no direct amount of damages was specified in her lawsuit. This is a breaking news story.
And we're back. Looks like we lost Phil.
Yeah. I still get pissed off when the frauditors will get the payouts, the go away money, which 130 is kind of large for the go away money, but it's going to get a lot of frauditors. Yeah, I can do that.
That's much more than what she actually brought in for her 501c3 last year, because she didn't submit a tax return, which means that she didn't make much more than the minimum that is required. I believe she filed a card instead. So basically she made a bunch more from that settlement or those settlements than she would have the entire year. And she said none of that money was going back into the 501c3. Because of course. Let's see, where did Psycho drunk gets evicted. If I can find it in my list of 500 open tabs.
Is that the new superhero Psycho Drunk?
It might be. Might actually be. Especially after today. There we go. Psycho drunk gets evicted.
Subject are windshield and banned from the property. Now you're officially banned. If you do not leave right now, you are going to be taken to jail.
Why? Can you tell me why?
Because you've been banned.
Let's go. Can you tell me why I'm banned?
No. Pick up your property and
Can you tell me why I'm banned?
Good,
Oh,
Jim. She's great. Who's she for? Yeah.
She's psycho drunk gets evicted.
But who is she for?
Oh, this one is definitely, let's see. Is he
NCR?
still in the room? No, actually, I think this is more of a Parson pick.
Okay, all right.
How about another NC Parson?
We did one already. Let's give NCR. NCR's having a bad day today, so let's wait till tonight to marry him off again. But this one would be perfect and absolutely perfect for Parson.
We're all going to be cousins
Mickey
soon,
Mouse.
aren't we? Everybody's marrying everybody.
Probably
Cousin
like
Jim.
Chili actually mentioned that he went to his family reunion, and his family reunion included his grandmother's family, and his grandmother's family came from 11 brothers and sisters, and her brother married into another family with 17 brothers, or into a family that had 17 offspring. So everybody was cousin. Of the hundreds of people there, everyone was cousin. So he just yelled cousin and hugged random strangers, and then they figured out how they were related. So yes, he felt warmth and safe in the arms of his cousin,
And his
especially
blood.
the hot one.
And his blood was in the
one.
Yeah,
Yes.
blood was in the blood.
Is anybody
said there was
surprised that Chili went to a family union looking for a hookup?
Well, he said there was a hot one who was who lives in L.A. and is a doctor.
Wow.
But he later corrected himself and said he would never, ever, ever, ever imply that he was attracted to a relative. Ever. Ever.
Yeah, I don't. If I'm not attracted to somebody, I don't label them as hot.
Yeah.
I might not have any intention of following through anything with that said attraction, but
She's hot and successful.
Yeah,
Things
that's
that Chili
exactly
aren't.
what a doctor wants. A 50-year-old unemployed loser who doesn't even have a place to live.
that has some manhood issues when it comes to fun time.
Yes.
Well, he likes to cuddle. He likes to cuddle. His sweet, sweet baboo. That's it. His sweet, sweet baboo.
I mean, some might like to cuddle, but they like to have a little bit of something before cuddle or after cuddle.
Being on the service in this building, right? Yeah, I didn't have to call. I had a defibrillator. Got a lot going on. Yeah, me, somebody.
Where's your wallet?
Put the camera.
Grab your wallet.
I want everything. That's where I would look.
Why don't you start collecting your stuff instead of running your house?
I don't care about it. Are you going to again? That's fine. I'll leave.
Where is this at? Is this at a school or something?
It's Capitol Plaza Apartments. She's being evicted from her apartment.
That's an odd looking apartment building, but
Yeah, it says Capitol Plaza Apartments on the door.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't read it.
Look at that. Now, oh, you kicking my shit around?
I'm putting it off so you can bring it up.
Record this shit.
Who wouldn't want a neighbor like this?
This is a wonderful example.
All right, we'll get stuff on. You gotta go. Come on.
Get that window, you're gonna go to jail.
all the neighbors of her hallway are singing na 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 na.
Get your stuff.
Hey, goodbye.
This is the defibrillator part.
it's yours.
I got a ventilator, right? Okay.
Over there.
Get your shit, lady.
Oh God, she's just throwing it.
Definitely not moist.
They move around, and all these
No, I
are
wouldn't
being
think
guarded.
Jackie, do you need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance? What do you need an ambulance for? Now,
No, she needs a rubber room.
You're what?
This one is definitely parson worthy.
I ain't fucking lying right
She
now.
needs something to help keep her damn pants up too. That muffin keeps trying to escape.
Why isn't
Gravity
she in
is
custody?
doing its best.
Talk to you here.
You ain't got no mom. I have a dad. I got salt.
Did she just talk about an enema?
I don't know. Okay then.
What you know about dick?
Karate.
Now, why ain't nobody arresting me? That's what I want to
Use
know.
the opportunity to walk away.
You sit in?
And we're not talking the Inkerman's cologne.
Oh, my life. I'm 42 years old.
Are you done, Jamie? Are you done?
You know, my dad actually had a bottle of that in the 70s.
If you want an ambulance,
Get the fuck on.
My mom immediately made him go back to Old Spice.
Psycho. No, I just want to go things that I fucking failed.
You're banned from here, so you gotta go.
Never knowingly smelled it, but I hear it was god awful.
Well, that was about the time when he bought a motorcycle to ride in the Seattle area,
Yeah.
Okay, grab your items.
No.
where it rains quite a bit. He made him get rid of that too.
If it was okay, did you say it?
Jamie, grab your items.
I'm a whole way.
Jamie, grab your items, or we're gonna have to assist you
And
out
we
of
won't
here.
mention the perm he got about the same time.
Don't touch the door.
Go.
Were you saying that?
Go.
Let's go.
Go.
We all on Facebook. I got people in the car anyway. We all on Facebook. Come on. Y'all better lose your job.
They can't just let her walk away in that condition.
This bitch already, she already popped.
But will they let her waddle away?
Let her hit by a car or something.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, it could damage the car.
Why? Oh, now you're going to get a charge.
Are we sure this person isn't on
Grab your items
Discord?
and go.
Oh, okay. I'm going to make sure you get a charge. Get you. Now you got a charge.
Put shoes on. Let's go.
You
Get your shoes on and let's go.
All these people sit here.
No. Cause you're
Oh
bad.
yes, Sue Bear. Late 70s perms
Let's
were
go.
in.
My purse secrets
He
everywhere.
said his hair
I'll
went
hand it to you.
curly
Oh my God.
naturally.
Y'all gonna be on the
That was the only time in his life it was curly.
Officer. What officer?
Don't make over there. Get stuff.
Carter.
Let's go.
Jay Carter.
Yep.
We got E. Ferguson. That's my family.
Strangely, both my niece and my grandnephew were born with curly hair that disappeared after a year.
You ain't wearing yourself out doing this?
No, why would I?
Where you need to go?
What the f*** is y'all got badges and shit? I got
Look,
run shit.
look.
Y'all don't run shit with your mouth.
Look, you gonna get your stuff and then you
what
gonna go.
What you gonna do?
What?
I got clean from you, like.
Let's go.
What, if you don't get prison time, you hold my shit then.
No, you.
Can I go and pick up my shit?
Are you gonna
There's
pick it?
no birth certificate.
Are you gonna pick it?
You see no birth certificate?
Sue Bear, yes, it did. Like Donna's dad from the 70s. Only lasted about 3 months.
Let's go. Oh, they hurry. What are you on? Dying. That's dying. Sorry that I was drunk. Sorry that I drink the liquor. Sorry that I but I don't want to innocent people in this building. Okay. You understand that part?
Yes.
I understand that part. Let's pick up our stuff and let's go. Let's go. Put it on. Oh, no. You want dishes? No, man. I just got there.
Yeah, this woman is definitely person worthy.
Y'all are so disrespectful.
Is she drunk or is she just fucking nuts?
I think both.
My TT, my uncle, my dad, and me.
Don't you want your birth certificate?
No. Oh, really? Oh, too bad. Let it go. I don't want to be on the news. I don't care. I'm gonna just die right now. I've died 3 times. I'm gonna just go out in my head. Please,
Just pick yourself up and leave.
This little fucking thing. Fuck all that shit. Fuck that shit, man. I don't care. Well, you know what? I want to let everybody know it. I want everybody to know it. Hey, it doesn't matter if you got a bad one. It don't matter if she's smoking. It doesn't matter if she's smoking. No, no matter what you do. It don't matter what it is. Guess what? We are all in this shit together, man. And I would rather be this God. Stop. You think you're going to wreck the show? I will tell you what the fucking psychiatrist will tell you. I'm going to tell you that right now. I was focus on your stuff. I don't give a
Don't you want your birth certificate?
Where do we can get them all over here, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got something to do tomorrow, right?
Huh?
We got something to do tomorrow, right? Now we're gonna go to eat.
Gia's back in Jim's in trouble.
I don't know what you're about to do.
No, I'm not. Come on, guys.
No, it was my VPN does that. I don't know what it.
We ain't sitting down. We gotta go.
Get out of there, lady.
Oh.
Come on.
Now, I need some cameras, guys. And I got a camera on the truck. It's mine.
How much you drink today?
Tons.
Every day, all day.
Did you recently just drink?
I smoke, I drink, I don't. Whatever it is, so what? It's mine. What in the y'all doing with y'all for? That's what my business is. You done set up for it? You ain't set up and that's all that? You know what? I'm a grandma. I'm a great grandma. I'm not a little girl, but I got great granddaughters. You set up for it? We can do whatever. I fuck. Look, so many years ago. Oh, if he's still alive, I'm gonna pick him up right now for his day. The oldest last security guard we had in this building. In that building where you can't buy drinks anymore.
I'm kind of thankful I can't fully understand what she's saying from the few words I am making out.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I loved about high riders? Oh, y'all ain't here. Laughing at me now.
No, I'm laughing at him. I ain't even
Good job, you were right.
worried about over there.
Good job, Mama.
Ain't too long back.
Meanwhile, something's going on with Henry Metro Cardi.
Just because
Live streaming right now. I don't know if this is police on scene or what. He keeps saying that he's going through some deep stuff.
He's gonna show off his new dance moves.
Maybe.
Stupid. Y'all stupid. Go in that cemetery and go home to your fucking kid.
What you drink?
I drink every day, all day.
No, what did you drink?
Doesn't matter.
I'm
It's
curious.
not what I drink, it's what I drink. All day, every day. Look, every day of my life. Why? Because that is what my job is. You understand that? You might get up and go to work, but I get up and go to work. Okay? So, all I'm saying is y'all are stupid. Standing out there.
Ain't that a place for women over there too? Yeah. Ain't that a place for women over there too? Or oh, never mind. It's your life, I guess.
You wanna hold me over there? Why would you do that? I got great things. I'm just trying to look out for you, you know what? You're here to protect me, right?
All you gotta do is collect your stuff and leave.
I don't have to do that. I get that. Please just walk away, sir.
You can't walk away. We're doing our job. You have to walk away and leave.
Oh, that's it. How the f*** am I ever gonna walk with my family?
Not gonna.
You're gonna have to walk away.
Can you tell me a reason why?
Because you've been trespassing.
Now, I'm gonna get up. And I'm gonna
Officer, walking is a little bit of high expectation. Just be satisfied with letting her waddle away.
Yeah. So she's not actually leaving.
You need Pacific. Listen, you Pacific Railroad.
What exactly is the point?
Can't understand her enough, and I can understand Cajuns talking, and I can't make out half the words she's saying.
Not this building. Everybody else does. Now, y'all really want to go
Oh, he's checking in with his probation officer on a live stream.
Oh, I go with this right here. I'm gonna call my baby.
What a loser.
Look, your coat over here, look.
I don't give a about that.
Or you end up sick.
I don't give a See all that? It's not gorgeous picking this shit.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
just fucking over here. I hope my people got on fucking bill. Hey, lady.
And he didn't ask for her consent before he started videoing it.
Do it now. I'll do it now. I'm about to put all your, this whole building on fire. You don't think I ain't got more? I'm about to put
Wasn't it part of his probation that he wasn't supposed to be doing this shit anymore?
No, actually, she let him do it.
What?
And the way he's kissing her butt right now, I can see why.
And you're the biggest.
Okay. Grab your scarf.
Thank you. Thank you.
Grab your scarf.
Thank you for being you, Bandy.
So is DMA tongue punching her brown eye?
CLA, which is a citation in lieu of arrest. You're placed under arrest. You got a notice to appear right down here at the bottom. You don't show up to that court date, and the warrant's going to be issued.
Right there, I'm at the off. I didn't bring my camera. I bring my video too, because I already had a plan.
And he's apparently back with sweet tea.
I need my family. All I need is serious Bible out of here.
Now that's pathetic. Going back to that.
Oh, that's on video too. Oh, that's on video. I'm glad you did that.
He must be on the outs with Regan again.
Oh, they've been on the outs for a while. At least a year now.
Yes. I'm gonna tell you that.
He even stopped coming to the Inglewood City Council meeting to say how porn was protected and should be displayed in the library.
You've been also better this whole time.
Does he expect the libraries to have beaded curtains to a back room that has all the porn?
No, he wants it out in public display of it.
I didn't do that.
Because any attempts to hide it would be against the First Amendment.
I love all y'all enforcement. How the fuck y'all gonna act like I'm the bad guy? All this shit going on.
Oh, there's a song about my corgi? Oh. I gotta go watch it.
I don't care. I have been said so many times. Why did that bring me back?
Without Phil here, we can't perform a marriage, but
we are trying to
we all know this is Parson's pick for the day.
Pick up your items.
Dearly beloved.
Go for it, Hank.
Will you pick up your medicine, please?
Do you Parsons take this crazy psycho drunk to your lawfully wedded wife?
I love her forever.
Psycho drunk, do you take Parsons to be your husband? For better or worse?
No one's gonna make you pick up your stuff. You have to go.
Can you call him?
I love him. I love him forever.
Well, by the powers invested in me, by me, for me, and only of me, I now pronounce them Man in white.
Thanks, everybody. Make sure we got all 3 signatures on this bitch. Let's do that. Can we do that?
Just mine.
Okay.
Are you gonna grab your items?
I'm gonna put my items.
Huh?
Yeah, I do.
Walk off the property.
DMA is refusing to answer questions because he's on a live stream.
You too, cop. Okay.
Well, that was his dumbass choice.
I know your wife's in a fucking bed over in a fucking tree. All I do fuck that I do ever. Mama! There you are. Not so.
Jamie, if you're not going to pick up your stuff, just leave.
I am. Okay. Do I have a permanent time?
Let's hope he doesn't pull a Regan Benson and live stream and stream it in a cup.
So I can't come out of here ever again because I'm drunk?
You've been banned from here due to what you're causing out
Because
here.
my family and everything I have is here. Okay. Come on, be out of here. Thank you, I thought about it. Alright. Just ready to go. If you don't leave with them, you're gonna go to jail. Oh, don't threaten me, bro. Because that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. But you won't get out of here.
You give her a ride.
You don't have time.
Will you go gather her items so she goes, please?
Come on, Dad, please.
Sue Bear, it's the Inglewood Public Library, which is actually in the government.
Oh, I know where around that, because guess what?
And all the employees are technically government employees. They are included in the lawsuit that Regan Benson filed.
Oh, you had a band-aid on yours. No, let me get the band number. Let's get that.
939, go.
What? Go and get it.
Go home.
Let me get that band number, babe.
Jamie, go get your
Watch
coat.
it. My family lives here. Look, this is my car right here. You know what that is? That's right. Oh, let me get the band number. Because I got family here. The only family I got left is my vocal bottle and insurance. And that's all I got left.
Hey, Duval, did you say CLA? Okay, thanks.
He here. Well, what is here? I'll see you though. I'll see you though. Trying to get this game to rock out.
Nah, you good. I'll give you an air one.
I
Go.
understand. But you feel me though, no?
No.
No, get here. Come on, man. So, my birth certificate and everything is out here.
No, it's not. It's in the
What
bag.
do you mean? This is all person.
Jesus.
My only birth certificate. Please. In here. This shit matters to me. I am focused on shit like this. A big old like. Oh,
It reminds me of Chunk in Goonies. That voice. And the hair.
Alright, nah.
Maybe you can convince her to say, hey, you guys.
Where you go? Joseph, look at that. Look, you see my knife?
Here, Jamie, ride your sandals to you.
No!
There you go.
The person that reminds me of Chunk from Goonies is fucking Glenn. Glenn Serio's laugh is spot on for Chunk's laugh.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't mean to.
You got her shoes?
Come on, man. What am I need protecting, sir? Okay, that's a good one. And that's what
Just go. Just go.
Just go. What's that bad number again?
It doesn't have a number on it. Go that way.
Please give it to
My
me.
badge number
Just,
775. So go
I
that
don't
way.
know.
I don't have a number.
Come on, guys. Let's fist bump me.
I'm not gonna fist bump.
I'm gonna get a fist bump.
There we go. He's walking away. Go. He
I
wants you to
don't
go.
care.
I need a fist bump, Hank. I need a fist bump.
If I give you one when you leave. If I give you one when you leave.
All of y'all.
I'll give you one. You gotta leave. Promise?
Well, let's get a t-shirt cannon and one of those Hulk fists, and I'll fist bump her from about
There you go.
30 or 40 yards.
I mean, we can't. Yeah, I know. Search the bag.
I'm going that way to catch some case for somebody else.
That actually sounds like it'd be pretty cool.
I'm not going that way. You want me to go? I didn't even know this.
Oh, I apologize. It's not Sweet Tea. It appears to be his mother.
Well, they're about the same age.
What the? No, she's taking a.
I had to pee. I'm finished.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Give me my phone.
Oh, they're finally apprehending this woman.
Oh, no, grab the leaf. I just had to pee. Give my bag. I had to pee. Look at my pee. I don't want to go that way. I never told him I promise.
Too late.
Promise I won't put
Too
you.
late.
Put your whole back.
Okay.
Keep on
Stop.
Going. That's what you want?
Stop right now. You 10
Oh.
seconds, you're gonna go on the ground. You understand?
Okay. Please. It hurts so bad. He told me if I did that, I'm going on the ground. Please just let me get out of here. They are right now trying to whoop my ass. I swear to God.
Damn.
Call my no.
Get in there.
Give me them. Oh, that's what you so fuck. You think you want? You gonna kill me? You gonna kill me? You gonna stop me?
Get up.
You gonna stop me?
Now you got ag bad on a PO. Good
No,
job.
I didn't look.
Yep, sure did.
Kick me in my nuts. I am God.
Get up.
Am I gonna be another one to die? Nope. It's not gonna happen. Yes. It's not happening. Bye, guys. Bye. Oh. Oh, that's for you.
Do you enjoy our videos? Consider joining our fan club where we post our videos before we release our videos on our channel. Thanks for watching and be sure to hit the like and subscribe buttons.
Okay, folks, let's check the time.
Thanks for
What time is it? We've got about 11 minutes until they're estimated to be back, which means nothing. So let's see if we have another short one here. As far as DMA, the probation officer has left. He is now addressing the camera, telling everyone that unlike what the trolls say, he didn't have to get a real job, and he's bragging about it. So everyone was wrong, and he was right. Sound about right, Hank?
I distinctly remember part of the judge's orders for probation was that he had to get actual employment.
Well, apparently his probation officer did not keep up with that one.
Or will it come back to bite him in the ass when it's time
On
to
April
be
8th, 2024.
off of parole?
She seems to be pretty cool with him, even though she was searching the apartment. But, yeah.
Oh, the probation officer came to him?
Yeah, they actually, her and her partner walked right in. We're searching the apartment, talking to him, separated him from his mother, and did an interview. And that's when he said, when he refused to answer some of the questions because he was on a live stream, he did admit, from what I heard, because I have not heard the whole thing, I don't have context for anything, folks, so this is biased reporting here, or half reporting. He was repeating that he had gone through a troubling time recently, but I didn't get most of it because I had both audios going on at the same time. I'll do a full report tonight for the paper tomorrow morning. So, yeah, DMA back in the news just as Regan Benson is making world headlines for suing Englewood, Colorado. Now we've got an 8-minute long incident at an airport to look at before we go back to Karen Reed coverage. They are currently at lunch for the Karen Reed murder trial.
The Broward County Sheriff's Office was called to the scene at the airport for reports of a potential incident occurring on the plane. The following shows the body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
These are reports from the passengers and reports from some of the flight attendants about what happened. I'm going to introduce you to her right now.
Did he touch anybody?
She did. So, it's time to get out here and talk to this nice gentleman.
You have your... That's the plan of it. What's up? What happened?
What happened? Just a waste of happened. In the last 30 minutes of the flight, Sarah and the other flight attendant, there was shit and bullshit about their day, which sucked. And the guy to my right starts fucking recording them without their notice, without. So I told him, I was like, stop fucking recording them. I was like, it's against the law, like without somebody's permission. And yes, you know what? I don't care if I have a drink or two. All I know is that we had a great fucking pilot. Those women tolerated nonsense because...
Where were you sitting at?
14C.
Where was the guy who was recording?
Well, I was moved up front.
Where you want me to front?
But you know what? I don't care if I go to jail. Honestly, I'm gonna wait for him.
No, you're not.
No, I want to put my bag down.
No, you're not. You're not.
This fucking thick.
Hey! This! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Fucking ass.
What are you doing? She just like was going after him. She's going after him with her phone. What's going on? What's that? You gonna hit somebody? What are you doing? You can't hit people.
You can't report people.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. This one is
Yeah,
perfect.
that's the law. Sorry, you're incorrect.
I'm not fucking
You're hitting people. You can't hit people now.
Hi. She's the one that was causing an issue? Yes. She touched people. She was putting her hands on them. As a matter of fact, the guy in one ear, who's in near her, said as he got off, she was fine at the end until she started threatening me. And I said, would you talk to the gentleman out there? And he's like, I really don't want to get involved. But she was like, some of those are passenger reports. And they were touching.
Thank you for being here, sir. I appreciate you.
We're going to let them.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Because I'm so great.
She's the one who was actually.
No, I'm sorry. No, she was also all over us like that. Like hugging. She wanted to kiss us. I'm like, we don't do that. We don't do that.
She saw this guy walking out. She launched at the guy.
Nice going, sir.
Was gonna try to hit the guy. We had to restrain her.
Oh, thank you, because that's what we were afraid of, but we were trying to control the situation. People have been thanking us on the way out for doing such a great job of a really, I think she's has some profound mental disturbance. Because we didn't serve her alcohol.
They did amazing.
Thank you.
It's in training. Yeah.
Years of experience being old helps.
Alright, we'll escort her out.
Laundry.
Thank you.
Alright, you guys take care, sir.
Thank
you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, sir.
You guys have to go over.
No, because, I mean, if there's no victim, we don't have a...
Only us.
Yeah. So, that's why. We're just going to escort her out. That's
Thanks for reminding me, G. I gotta do laundry today.
You guys take care. Alright. Alright, yeah, she was. We didn't know.
I like to do my laundry at night. I put in a load before I get into bed. And then in the morning I put it in the dryer. So I had to go fold it so it's not all wrinkly.
It's so weird because my dad, one of his obsessions with the dementia was the laundry. So if you did more than one load, he'd get upset. So I just got used to having piles of laundry and do laundry once a month because I have that many clothes, you know.
Wow.
Well, then
And
that's
now that
making you do more than one load.
Yeah, well, we'd get him to calm down for a day, but if I were doing it like every weekend, he would get upset, and it would be a problem.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, well...
We control everything when you can't control anything. Yep.
Yeah, essentially. You know,
understandable. Yep.
If I bring a single load down, how many loads do you have to do? Maybe 2, 3? Why, Dad? Do you have laundry to do? No. Okay, then it should be okay, right? But it's weird now that he's gone, I haven't reverted back to being able to do laundry whenever I want to.
Well...
I haven't tried.
Well... Go ahead. You can do it.
It's something I might try this weekend.
Yeah. Laundry party.
It's weird, you know. I just thought about that.
Yep.
He's not down there anymore to stop.
I do like 2 loads a week. 1 lights, 1 darks.
Right.
Yeah, I very rarely do more than 1 load in a day.
Right. See, I'm used to having 6, 7 loads and taking the entire day doing laundry.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I just do when I get enough of the color clothes in my laundry basket, I'll do a load.
Yeah, 1
enough
load
white.
of sheets
I do
and towels, and 1 load of jeans and tops. That's me.
Well, I do my sheets and towels in the separate sheets. The bedding in my.
So he doesn't wear clothes, so he's always naked.
Well, so he should start wearing clothes. She should have outfits.
Oh, Chief's got sweaters and coats.
Yeah. See.
But when we got to go out in the winter, his short fur doesn't really help him too much for staying warm.
And Gia, you were not here, so when I made the correction, he's not back with Sweet Tea. The older woman in his apartment was his mother.
Oh. Now
that reminds me, I got to apologize to DMA's mother. Yeah, she's younger than Sweet Tea.
Ouch. Okay, 4 minutes left in this. They'll be back at Karen Reed any minute, but let's finish this out. And Becca, I've been doing my own laundry since I was 8 years old. I got tired of my mom putting all the laundry together, so I would end up with pink underwear because it would get dyed. So
that's okay.
Yeah, not for an 8-year-old. That's no.
I've occasionally put whites in with some colors, and I've never gotten the bleed over of the dyes.
Yeah. I don't own anything red to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, I got plenty of red stuff. It's just the dyes don't bleed out like they used to.
Yeah,
I
they're
think.
color fast.
Yeah. This was 40 years ago, but yeah, I learned to do laundry pretty quickly.
I could technically just throw all my laundry into one load. It's not necessary to separate them anymore.
Right.
But habit.
Yeah.
She was going to slap him with her bag. She just said that.
No.
Come on, man. We grabbed the bag.
You know what? He reported those 2 fights to me for the last 30 minutes.
I'll come stand by now.
Oh, it'll be stand by. I'm sorry, but I'm going to get sick. Can I get mine?
Go ahead. She was, listen. Alright, she was mad. Like, she just said she was going to help.
Yeah, we had to stop for a minute. I don't know. DOC or what?
I'm gonna tell you something. You
I'm
guys
not
have never
going to
recorded
I'll
in
do
the
it.
frontier, and there's
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what mine. I'll do it. I had to put my hands on her. Okay. Who's primary? I'm primary. I'll do it. Fine. Come on, man. Let's walk out. Walk this way. We're walking out. Walk, please. Come on. You got your bag. You got your bag.
I'd have ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, they all had to deplane.
Yep.
Get rid of her and then get back on.
Is this O'Hare?
Where were you going? Like for work? You here for work?
I'm picking up a car.
Well, you definitely can't drive right now.
I know that.
Yeah.
Go to the
Looks like O'Hare.
You're not gonna lose it.
No, he said
maybe
that.
not.
He
You're
said
not gonna
that.
lose it.
Too
He
small.
said he was gonna. And
Don't worry
they
about
were saying shit. I was
O'Hare
trying
is
to
huge.
like give them a warning,
Neither here nor there.
like trying to.
Ma'am,
And
you just hit people.
I don't hit.
a friend of mine, he got
You were going up.
in the
deserves
situation
to.
where they had to deboard the plane and reboard. Missed his connecting flight on the.
What's your name?
I take care of special needs kids and young adults for 25 years of my life.
And he had the choice of just sleeping in the airport or out of pocket for a
He
hotel.
deserved it.
They weren't able to get him on another flight until the next
I
day.
get it. Does anybody ever can you listen to me for 1
The
minute?
signs must be. They must do all the same signs in airports. The blue with the arrows and shit.
Right.
Pretty much universal, I think.
Yeah.
Or where's your identification?
In my purse is in there.
Even overseas,
And yeah, that's not O'Hare.
We're gonna take an elevator downstairs, okay?
Do you have to do that? Like I'm not gonna try to break apart things.
I mean, this bag's fucking 20 pounds.
You can go through it.
It's 15 pounds.
It's my purse and my laptop.
This is 15 pounds, easy, if not 20. He got in early, man. The industry used to be, all the fabrication and repairs used to be done by.
Yeah, that's Florida probably.
Schwinn,
Palm trees.
the elevator lift system or something like that. Schwinn. Make sure she had nothing in her pockets. I'll search her for you, unless you want to. Well, let me make sure.
The office.
Howard County, that's Florida.
It's fine. No, I'm never gonna see police for any of the cars. When you guys tell me to do something, I actually do it. So that everybody's safe.
Is that just a belt buckle? You have a belt buckle on? Just a button. It was a button.
Yeah,
All right.
they're like dress jeans.
It was just a big button. It looked like a belt buckle.
Sorry.
All right. Just go ahead and take a seat for me.
What's your head, okay?
I like big buttons and I cannot lie.
Hey, just be aware of that necklace he has. I'm gonna go upstairs, grab my car. Yeah, he should meet you upstairs.
All
Okay, folks, they're going to be back with Karen Reed any minute now.
So you say.
Oh, they said
God, when I travel,
150.
I am so happy to be traveling. I would never mess up by being such a fool.
Right.
And I'm usually got somebody else with me. I'm going to go ruin their trip too.
Most of the people that do this, they get drunk. They're normally drunk before they even get on the plane.
I guess.
And then if you're drunk on before you take off, you get much drunker very fast when you get up to altitude.
Yep. Yeah. I'll have 2 really good Bloody Marys and get on the plane and be fine. I don't, who wants to get blotto in public?
Right.
I had a liter of Dunkelbach in Germany before getting on a flight. A liter's not enough for me to even feel it. But getting up to altitude, I sure the hell felt it.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I got a
Well,
great nap out of that.
I'm used to when I was working for Oracle. They would book your flights to California where you had like 5 minutes to make it from the plane to your connecting flight. So I was used to having to run through like Atlanta, where you have to catch a train just to get to the other part of the Delta terminal. Or one time there were 4 stops. It started in Scranton, went to LaGuardia, went to Detroit, then LAX. Well, 5 because they ended up in Oakland.
Yuck.
So, yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, because they were getting the cheapest flights possible, so you couldn't relax or cause a disturbance or anything. You had to be on your toes because you were switching flights so many damn times.
Well, my husband and I were flying out of, shoot, what's that airport in Riverside? Anyway, we were flying to Vegas. No, we were flying to Phoenix. And we were having such a good time in the bar, we missed our flight.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I've got a choice. I can either get 2 business class seats when I fly with Chief, or 1 first class seat. And usually first class is not much more expensive than, sometimes I actually save money by getting a first class ticket than to business class.
Well,
yeah, I was raised to believe it was, a luxury to fly. You know what I mean? It was like you dressed up and you acted well and you respected people. Now it's like cattle call,
Right.
People are barely dressed, drunk off their ass, rude.
Taking off their shoes and socks in the plane.
Yep.
Oh, that's why I'd sit there on the Delta app and you could change seats up until like 10 minutes before the flight. So I was constantly changing my seat to an open row where I could sit by myself and not be, not have to deal with people.
Yeah.
People suck. Though I will say Delta has the widest seats, being a fat man traveling, of all of them. They have nice, big, wide seats.
I've met some really nice people on flights. Had some really great conversations with people.
I've checked out the dimensions of the what's the economy? I guess economy class.
Spirit.
No. As far as seat class, the one below business class.
Right.
None of the airlines are set for large people, whether they be large round, large tall. Their seats aren't very wide. There's hardly any leg room.
American was the worst because I had to get an extender. And I'm not that big. I'm just stocky. So I had to get a seat extender for the seat belt.
My brother is almost 6'7". How do you think he flies?
Yeah.
He has no choice.
Right.
He has no choice.
Well, I also try to get the row with the right next to the emergency door, so you get more leg room, but the trade-off is if there's an emergency, you have to help everybody out before getting off the plane. You're the last exit, which is a fine trade-off.
Becca has an ass.
You can open the door and get the hell out.
Very cute. Very round.
Moist.
Very moist.
Moist.
Moist. Same goes with hotels for him. What kind of bed does he need at 6'7"?
Moist.
You know what I mean?
Moist. Oh.
What's wrong one?
Jim, you had a little bit too much fiber this morning?
That wasn't me, that was Pants. But yeah, they of course are not on time. It's now
Okay,
2
wifey, I'll
o'clock on
stop.
the East Coast.
Moist.
Now I'm hungry.
Would you like a moist slice of cake?
No, but I'm gonna walk to the kitchen. I'll be right back. They come back. The volume is on, so entertain yourselves for a minute.
Ba-dum, do 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 do. Ba-dum, do do do.
Yeah. Most of the times I've been up in first class, it's just the extra wide, comfy chairs with plenty of leg room and getting pampered the entire flight.
I know.
The last time I flew first class, they're in these beds that the seats will lay out flat to be a bed.
Yeah. We did that to Maui. That was Alaskan Airlines. They go completely flat.
Yep. I would have really enjoyed to have that on my trip back from Germany. The Army paid for a regular flight, and I paid the upgrade to go first class on the way back.
Nice.
Which was pretty much a guaranteed not to have a crying baby within my...
Yeah.
So my way to Germany, I had crying babies in front and behind me.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I would take the baby. Give me the baby. Let me snuggle the baby.
It's not the snuggle, it's the popping of the ears and stuff. I mean,
I know. I remember flying with my daughter.
I mean, I feel for the people who have to fly with their kids, but I don't want to be near them when they're flying with their kids.
I first flew by myself. I was 9 years old. And that was back when, like today, when a minor flies by themselves, you are pretty much guided the whole way. You know, the airline takes care of you, or you have a parent with you to get you to the gate to put you on the plane. Back then, it was just you. You know, you were expected to make your gate, your connecting flight, all of that, because they just didn't care. So
you flew on the wrong airline.
That was not 79. I didn't put myself on it. So
well, in 80, my flight. I mean, the stewardess took great care of me during the flight, and I was escorted from the plane I was on to my connecting flight.
Yeah, Becca with the baby
out
to Australia. Yeah, right. No way.
Looks like they are coming back or getting close to coming back. And
yeah, they're late.
Yeah, they've been going late on lunches.
Martinis.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
There we go.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure, so that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure, so that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes, so that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
Wouldn't his phone need to be in the car for that to work?
Specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Let's start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah, so timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep, so we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21, or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no?
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you at sidebar then, Mr. Wilson.
Sidebar.
Okay, I'd like to hear an explanation on how was his phone that was found under his body recording the information of her traveling in her Lexus.
Maybe his phone was paired with her Lexus.
It's still going off the phone. It's not going off anything in the car. The only thing when it's paired to the car is it's going to display on the screen.
Right. And they were within like 5 feet of each other.
Yeah, but the phone, it's going off the GPS data to the phone.
Right.
So that's the question I'd like to have answered, is how the hell is his phone tracking this data if
he's outside the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's tracking data that is well past the point of where she would have hit him.
Right.
As she's driving away.
Oh, it's another long one.
It must have been waves on her phone, because the only thing that they're bringing up about movement with his phone during that time period is that 83 feet.
Right. Just in related news, Jessica Machado, reporter, got her harassment prevention order against Grant Smith Ellis renewed for another year. The order prevents him from being within 50 yards of her home, and her workplace, including any courthouses they may be in. So on weeks where she wins the draw, he can't be within the courtroom.
That sucks.
Grant has yet to comment on that situation. But let me double check that we haven't, or the feed's not disabled. For those who are new to the channel, we do have a Discord server. On our Discord server, we actually have automated feeds that take all the Twitter accounts related to this case and put them in one area. So you can read without having to follow 85 Twitter accounts or so, and that's an exaggeration. We've even singled out Aiden Kearney's his tweets into their own area after complaints about them from some of our users. So we've got a dedicated Aiden Kearney area, so you can read every one of his tweets.
And open them at your own risk.
Yeah, that's right. We also have automated feeds for First Amendment auditors and those who react to First Amendment auditors. We treat them all the same. They all appear in live stream and produced video areas on our Discord server. Twitter users, you can get the link.
Doesn't NCR react to auditors?
Yes, he does. And he goes in the announcements area as he is part of our team.
Okay. But people reacting to auditors are not the same as auditors.
No, but we treat them all the same in the same areas.
Okay.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
You now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds, and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. You said a window is captured during a triggering event?
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure, so that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again for the
Sidebar. Sidebar number 8. So, folks, just a standard reminder, we're back at 8 o'clock tonight, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock in Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. We'll be back with you tomorrow for our last full day this week, as Thursday they have a half day, and Friday do the holiday. They are more than likely off on Monday, but we don't have the court schedule yet. We released 2 new news stories on our channel on YouTube this morning, involving Regan Benson suing Englewood, Colorado, and Harvey Freebird, asking if he is the new Martin Luther King Jr. We appreciate all feedback on our articles. You can also find them at reallycoolsite.org. Over on the Regan Benson article at reallycoolsite.org, we do have the complete copy of her complaint from that lawsuit that she filed on Sunday. It's, I believe, 36 pages long, and it's quite the read. Everything she's ever had against Englewood is pretty much detailed.
How did she file on Sunday?
I don't know. It was filed on the 18th. So she had it, and it was in the system. It was in Pacer, listed as the 18th. So
that's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying the same thing at 3 a.m. when I was looking the case up. Pants found it first, and it had been filed on the 18th.
I guess Colorado might have a way to file on the weekends.
Yeah, and if anyone wants, let's see, do I have it open? I do have the Pacer and the court listener link for that one. Not too hard to find, but I will share that in side chat.
Yeah.
What was that?
What?
Is that you or them?
What?
There's a humming.
That's not me.
Okay, I see what it was.
What was it? Because I didn't hear a thing.
Another tab open. Open when I open my to go get the Regan link. So it was alligators don't like drones.
Okay.
With a drone flying over an alligator and the alligator attempting to jump up out of the water. I will share that one in side chat while I'm looking up the Regan.
It probably thought it was a tasty bird.
Might be. Might be. And this is an unusual sidebar as Karen Reed, Alan Jackson and Karen Reed are sitting there together, huddled together. Not sure what's going on.
It's hard to find time to have a little time alone these days.
Yeah. So don't you know the pictures of them going
At Whole
shopping
Foods?
together this weekend? Those were supposedly CGI, Hank.
Okay. How many fingers did they have?
The proper amount. And she was making a face.
Your Honor, I move into evidence. the
CGI has a
following
hard problem
pages
getting the right
from
number of fingers on a
Mr.
hand.
Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Moving to evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be.
And the court listener link to Regan Benson is going inside chat on Facebook and on YouTube.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm enjoying a butterscotch snack pack.
There you go.
Every time I get one of these, I think of that
May I,
Adam
Your Honor?
Sandler movie.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Yes, he has. He's
a
talked to the lawyers,
filing
questioned him on
ever
stand.
been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Get to your point, asshole. Okay, and why is he able to ask these questions now? This would have been redirect, not because this line of question has nothing to do with what the prosecutor just talked with him about.
Right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Okay.
Please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure,
Thank
as long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
Folks, our apologies. The feed cluttered out. We had to restart it.
Yes.
It's all Jim's fault.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you.
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of these for identification? They're,
He's going to go along
let me
with
just
this
get one
witness. He is
first.
at least another hour and 20 minutes.
If I could see that back and report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it could be marked as one document for identification.
Exhibit FFF for ID. Thank you.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court
They're going
filing
till at least tomorrow.
that you reviewed in Exhibit E is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it
My
is.
sentiments,
So-
exactly.
That document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education.
Objection.
I would.
The objections stay.
Right. Do you
want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor.
James, feel
Sidebar.
free to stand up and stretch.
God, isn't he done yet?
No, he's going back to this to the what do you call it? The resume stuff.
Again?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I guess he's found a court filing that might reflect higher, might say he's got a degree.
Yeah.
But instead of just coming right out with it, he's making it last for an hour.
Yeah, he's gonna go. When she asked him, "Do you need tomorrow?" he said yes. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is gonna go at least another 80 minutes. Because it's 2:41 now. They're out of here at 4 o'clock.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be fun, and fun.
Can't she limit him, or would that?
No. He's limited technically to the recross topics, but part of the recross topics were the resume stuff.
Oh yeah, I gotta watch that. I missed that. I was Ubering for Zoe. Uber.
Okay.
I'm her Uber.
Her Uber driver.
I am her Uber driver, yes. Yeah, she cannot reach the gas pedals or the steering wheel.
This feed didn't restart, Parson, but the Twitter feed had to restart because it froze up. We apologize to those on Twitter. Hopefully you'll find your way back to us, but there was nothing I could do.
Yeah, Jim's hiding things again. Yep.
Yeah.
Editing.
Yeah, big red error message in the corner of the screen, so we had to restart it. We apologize. We are hiding everything from Twitter. That's it. Which was sad because we had a good 30 or 40 people watching on Twitter at the time. So hopefully you find your way back to us. And remember to follow me on Twitter. I think I'm Jim Finch at ReallyCoolSite.org or at MadDogJMF, I think it is.
I am not getting a Twitter account.
Oh, you don't need one. But we are streaming again because we got the professional Twitter for next year. Streaming on that. Last summer we were able to stream on it just fine for the entire trial. And then after the trial ended, they switched it over to a paid plan to stream.
Okay.
Yeah, Zoe prefers to relax in the back seat as she is driven. To relax on her little puffy pillow. Occasionally put her head out the window.
Yeah, when I take Chief to the convenience store and I'll leave him in the car while I go in and grab something. I'll come every time I come out. He's behind the driver's seat. Sometimes he'll have his paws on the steering wheel.
Nice.
Well, since you both are dog owners, Chili DeCastro recently came out against pup cups and said pup cups destroy the stomach of your dogs, and you are bad parents if you give a pup cup to your dog.
A pup cup is just whipped cream.
Yes, he says any cream is bad for the dog, even though a veterinarian was in his chat and told him otherwise. Then he said he was just joking.
Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little
proximity here with you. After going on for 15 minutes
what I
about
would
it.
like to do, sir, is
I mean, it's more sugar than you should be giving your dog on a.
and exhibit EE for.
But as long as you're not doing it daily.
What I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case. Okay. Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that
Chief loves soft-served ice cream,
process, the parties have to designate.
The only hazard is his farts afterwards.
Generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah. You need one more step, Mr.
And, sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
Thank you.
Briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar 10.
Creepers.
So they're going to be, we got you. Here you're telling the court that you got a degree.
Yeah, when he clearly said he did not. And he said he had never seen the document in question, but yeah.
I don't know, but sounds like it could have been his company submitted the form for him.
And he never saw it, and yeah. But they're going to stick on this. They're going to stick on this forever because the data, they don't like the data. That's Peggy O'Keefe, the victim's mother that they're centering in on. To her left is Paul O'Keefe, I believe his name is, the brother of the victim.
I think Paul is correct.
Oh, goodness gracious. It is getting late in the day. Tomorrow morning we should have a newscast out, as we'll be covering the DMA story. I gotta watch that video in full, and whatever else news comes about. Chile de Castro should, if he's actually going to file today, he's only got a few more hours to do it before the federal courthouse shuts in Las Vegas. So
it's only 11 o'clock or coming up on noon there.
Okay. Well, remember, he also has to crowdsource for the $465. He said he had to crowdsource for that to file it. So you may have the ability to contribute to Chile de Castro's lawsuit.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr. Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F.
Anytime he says E, I picture him as a monkey.
As one
cartoon monkey.
I picture Vern Troyer in any of the
yeah
when he falls.
Yeah. Oh, good Lord.
Thank you. May I hand to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you, it is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to, ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witnesses as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there, there's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama-Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case.
If I'm on the jury, I'm like, this guy's an idiot. Why are we stuck on this point?
And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it...
Did he file it?
The correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure, so that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym.
That is a known acronym?
Yes, it's the common acronym for that degree.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics.
My
and
degree
Business
doesn't exist
Administration.
anymore
That
because they
degree
don't
does
call it
not
that
exist.
anymore.
It is not offered at the University of
Yeah,
Alabama,
but
Birmingham.
Bachelor of
correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, did he file it?
That's it, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
Oh, redirect.
Should be a quick and simple redirect.
The
Did you file
document
this?
that
No.
the attorney
Okay.
just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well.
well, strike that.
Okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Okay.
Ouch.
No further.
All right, Mr. Burgess,
Yeah.
you are all set.
Thank you.
It is sad that they didn't talk about the data in the recross at all. They gave up.
Mr. Brennan?
All right, I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip
Yay,
23.
clips!
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now know is Cedar Crest, and then come from the
Welcome
north
back, Gia.
onto Fairview.
Yo, Tim, you
Next
might want to
play,
check
clip 25.
GoFundMe.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Check on what?
GoFundMe.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Thank you, anonymous donor.
At 12:41,
We add
I
60
was listening to
days.
John, you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go in through the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on.
Died. How does she know when he died?
January 29th.
Huh?
Thank you. I have these for.
Because she knows when she hit him.
194. The next witness, Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir. On call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Looks like Lally's going to handle this one.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with the concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in TRACE, so I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the TRACE unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing TRACE items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the TRACE unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the TRACE disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the TRACE unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of TRACE analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. and then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with, first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. And it's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrum and an analytical tool that we use samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E, and I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of one piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison, and there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Sidebar.
And sidebar 11. I thought we already did 11.
We did 10. Sidebar 11.
They're rapid firing them. They're the last witness.
Yeah. So yes, we had a donation to the GoFundMe, and 60 days were taken off. Or added earlier, sorry. Obviously, shell shocked. When Phil or Touche come back, we will get tally, and as if we've hit the 4-year mark, we have the 5-year mark to go.
Last count Phil gave was 88 days to go. If we're just knocked off another 60 days, and that's 28 days left to go to say bye-bye to Burger King.
There we go. Whoops.
Well, we had a
she's back.
Sidebar?
Yes, we're at a sidebar.
Number 11. Wow. Busy day.
Number 11. Yeah, and this one was weird because the witness was testifying about nothing in general, and all of a sudden the judge was like, "Can I see everybody at sidebar?" So it may be a scheduling issue. I don't know.
Huh.
Oh, it's getting close to the end of the day. Maybe she's just
wants a martini.
Yeah.
He needs one.
There.
Imagine how many hours she works a day between court and then reading all the shit that she's been given.
Yeah, they get their money's worth out of her, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Man.
I mean, some judges have clerks to look up. They just give them a list of the readings they need to have done. The clerks prep them and do the initial read, and then the judge can come back and read through, and sure, that saves some time.
Yeah.
I don't know if all judges have clerks, though, or interns.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. That's what you want.
Ready.
You want a clerk for a high-profile case.
Right.
Wonder how many applications a year come in for, what's his name? The judge in Detroit, judge in Michigan, Simpson.
Probably a lot. He's popular.
Yep.
Although the staff has, I haven't noticed any changes in the staff he works with.
Yeah, he's close to retirement.
Yeah, and it looks like his bailiff is close to retirement too. Judging, but looks can be deceiving.
And Middleton's going to retire and cut his hair.
He's
Cut
been
his hair.
he's been threatening to retire for hell as long as I've known about him. He's almost it was looking like they were trying to force retiring him back with the
Hank, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, we're done.
All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial,
All rise to the court, please.
They have
Close your notebooks and follow me.
discussion afterwards. She also said they were coming in later tomorrow.
Goodbye.
So let's see what's going on there. Court TV saying thank you.
Is that later for the jury or later for everybody?
I don't know. Let's see if they come back.
All right, you don't need me for anything, right? We're all set?
We're all set. Thank you.
Nope.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. We're out of here for today. Remember, folks, we will be back with you at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. We're going to have a fun time marrying people up tonight, or we may have some food announcements. Maybe. With that, anything to say, guys, before we're out of here?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hasta la bye-bye.
We will
Nothing they're gonna get from that.